Namaste. Good morning, dear students, and a warm welcome to Samhita Tattva Vichara, a virtual Gurukulam and a predecessor to a real Gurukulam with the Swargiya Padma Shri P.R. Krishnakumarji's vision in mind. It was Krishnakumarji's vision to prachar Ayurveda for everyone who seeks the knowledge. He wished to establish the lost Gurukula Sampradaya and to bring back the glorious days of Ayurvedic education. And we are committed to his vision. Let us take a moment to pranam the memories of our Guruji, Sri P.R. Krishnakumarji. Today, we are at a culmination of the program that lasted months, and yet it is in its infancy. We are delighted that so many people were part of this as gurus and as students, and so many people have learned and connected, and it would still continue to be a beacon of knowledge for people who seeks any knowledge on Charaka Samhita Sutrasthana. So today we have K.T. Jayakrishnan sir to give his blessings and to address, give a concluding address and to share some thoughts. Dr. K.T. Jayakrishnan is the Chief Medical Officer of Shanta Ayurveda, Chennai. His experience in the field of Ayurveda is unmatched. And Dr. K.T. Jayakrishnan previously served as a Medical Superintendent of Ayurveda College, Coimbatore, and Sri Jayendra Saraswati Ayurveda College, Chennai. His expertise and his reputation made Shanta Ayurveda one of the top Ayurvedic hospitals in Tamil Nadu. And in addition, Dr. K.T. Jayakrishnan is also a prominent member of the Council for Ayurvedic Credentiating, which envisions to be a premier or leading accreditation or organization advancing excellence and quality in Ayurvedic medical education programs in United States, Canada, etc. One of the senior most, he's one of the senior most physicians and gurus in AVP Gurukulam, and an extremely revered person. He made time for us from his busy schedule to take 2 classes in this session, and we are still very thankful for that. Sir, thank you for joining one last time.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Gurubhyo Namaha. It's a privilege to be in such a group of people who are trying to really understand the depth of Ayurveda with due respect to late Krishnakumarji. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir. It's audible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The video was lost in between. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. With the due respect to Krishnakumarji, who had a greater vision to spread the knowledge of Ayurveda beyond the formal limits of education, and with the close association with him, a lot of us got, I think, a lot of us became part of his vision to improvise the understanding of Ayurveda, communication of Ayurveda, and in different levels, whatever is properly expected out of an Ayurvedic vision. Doctor, maximum output is produced through his activities. So I'm very proud to be a part of such a program. He started his vision way back in 1980s, early 80s, starting the Ayurveda College in Patanjali Puri, where he just wanted to ensure that whoever is interested in Ayurveda, whoever is the true seeker of Ayurveda, I use the word true seeker of Ayurveda, he should be getting satisfied with whatever is the essence of Ayurveda. In spite of completing the formalities of a course, he wanted to convey that Ayurveda as a Shastra is much beyond than the text. So the understanding or this interpretation of Ayurveda should be conveyed to the true seekers in a proper way. We know the limitations of educations or practice or even research, whatever it is. But there is another plane for this kind of Shastras, which is a total comprehensive understanding of an individual. So this has to be conveyed from a teacher to a student. If there is an intense, the inquisitive nature from the side of the student, that is what we say seeker, he should have a chance to get the full knowledge of it. This is what was his vision. In spite of a lot of restraints, he was successful in creating that college, which is nowadays known as a gurukula knowledge. To my understanding, gurukula is nothing but an intimate relationship between the student and the teacher. An intellectual relationship between the student and the teacher, so that an intellectual science like Ayurveda, a Shastra like Ayurveda, its methodology can be completely transferred to the student. So he was very clear about it. When you talk about a Shastra, it is an intellectual mode where the most of the transactions should take place from the plane of mind, not from the physical plane. When you talk about science, I think primarily we focus on the physical plane, then we focus on the mental plane. When Shastra is there, physical plane is given secondary importance and mental plane is given most importance to understand the Shastra. So naturally, logic and reasonability will be the primary requirement of the student to ponder on, to contemplate whatever the teacher is talking, or rather the methodology of thinking of the teacher is conveyed to the student. So to understand the methodology of thinking, thought process of a teacher, you need a close relationship with the teacher intellectually. So that is what is exactly meant by gurukula. And naturally, you should have an atmosphere which is conducive to convey this intellectual mode or intellectual transactions. A very physically disciplined, mentally disciplined atmosphere is most important to have a transaction like this in the intellectual plane. These things were almost fulfilled in the atmosphere of Patanjali Puri, and that's why it was very successful in producing good amount of Ayurvedic good physicians. So with due respects to him, let me talk about this Karma Prakashini. To fulfill his ideas further, a lot of academic programs have been initiated by AVP Group. One of that is the Karma Prakashini, where they chose to start with Charaka Samhita to be interpreted by different people, so that the listeners can go beyond the book. Charaka Samhita as such is one of the most authenticated Ayurvedic texts. We know that is a complete text in fact, and it was an effort to make it understandable. Even though it is a very big effort, the Sutrasthana was selected and a lot of people were invited to talk about it. Our expectation was to see that interpretation of the text is made simple. We know that in Shastra, interpretation is more important than the book. Interpretation means the way I understand the text is conveyed. It's not the text. So intelligent teacher will be always trying to convey the way, the method by which I understood this text, I'll be conveying it. So when different people are talking about Charaka Samhita, you get a better understanding of how each and every word or a portion or a heading can be translated and understood according to the context. So I think to some extent we have succeeded in that. Charaka Samhita, I always used to say that it is a complete text where importance is given to the physical plane, that is the body, physical matter, that is medicines, and more importance is given to the plane of mind, which comprehends the physical plane. So definitely in many contexts, we see that mental plane is given a lot of importance in explaining this Ayurveda. To understand the mind, if somebody needs to understand the mind 100%, I don't say all the people, but somebody will be interested in understanding what exactly is the mind is. Such people will have to transcend the mind and remain above the mind to see how the mind is working. Even such people also should have a space in any of the shastras which is considered to be perfect. So you have a space to understand Ayurveda just as a medical science, body, medicines, diseases as such. If you are particular about knowing it very perfectly, even the symptomatology of the body completely is explained from the plane of mind, and naturally you get most of the symptoms in the subjective mode explained. That is how we try to evaluate the patients. So subjective mode means the way you feel it has to be the most reliable symptom. So subjective symptoms are explained. So just to understand the mind, to understand the mental diseases, mental disorders, you need to explain about what is there beyond mind. Then only it becomes a perfect shastra, we say Purnam. That mode is seen in Charaka Samhita. It specifically mentioned about the mode of understanding of everything in this world. That's why in the first chapter itself, Charaka Samhita talks about Dravya Guna Karma Samanya Vishesha Samavaya. I always used to say the relevance of explaining this Dravya Guna Karma Samanya Vishesha and Samavaya in the first chapter as an implication, as an understanding beyond the normal text. So when we say Dravya Guna Karma, this is what we are dealing with in the day-to-day life as a physician. Physical matter, physical body as Dravya, its understanding is through the properties and characters reflected by the matter, and its experience is known as karma. And we know the mind is changing every second, body is changing every second. So this changing word cannot be taken as the most realistic understanding. If you want to understand something very realistically, perfectly, you must have a changeless mode. So it also implies that the whole world is in the same mode of continuously changing. So when you say Dravya Guna Karma, it's not confined to the body alone. What you see is Dravya, but deep inside it is reflected by Guna, and its experience in the mind is karma, and it continuously it is changing means change is nothing but an addition or a deletion of similar properties. So these are understandings of same matter from different planes, where in its essential realistic plane will be remaining changeless. That understanding is known as Samavaya. So there is a changeless realistic plane for every being. There is a changing plane of mind and the physical material plane. So if you want to understand something completely, you need to look from the plane of changeless realistic mode. So you easily understand the changes happening in the body, or for that matter, the whole universe. So such a deeper understanding is implied in Charaka Samhita, which is deep-rooted with philosophies. We know Ayurveda is understood through the methodology of philosophies, and philosophies are nothing but the way you understand the whole universe. So that methodology is adopted in Ayurvedic Shastra, and philosophies are well connected to Upanishads and Vedas. So whoever is having such a bigger aim of understanding it completely, there is an open mode of entering into higher echelons of knowledge also. From that angle only, so each chapter of Charaka Samhita Sutrasthana, if you just look, you can see that the requirements in the physical body medicine plane is explained, and wherever it is needed, the mental plane is also introduced into that. So a cure, for example, a cure of a disease, whether it is Nijam or Ragam, is actually considered to be, the solution is considered to be Atma Vijnanam. We know that the chapter that I took, I mentioned, I remember, Atma Vijnanam is ultimate solution about curing a disease. It simply implies that if you have the knowledge of yourself, physically, mentally, and spiritually, same knowledge you are applying on the patient. So it is the knowledge of body, it's the knowledge of disease, it's the knowledge of medicine, it's the knowledge of the context in which you are applying the medicine, it's the knowledge of what is going to happen. Ultimately, it is all this knowledge which is completely working on dealing with the patient. So it is an in-depth understanding of Shastra, which has, I think, which is, I think, explained in Charaka Samhita, especially when Sutrasthana is taken. I think it is a nutshell for entering into rest of this Ayurveda. So I think we were able to introduce it in a better way, proper way, so that its aim of conveying the knowledge of interpretation of the Shastra is reached most of the people. With these few words, let me conclude. I know people are waiting for a class conclusion class from the Dr. Ram Manohar. I don't want to extend. Let me conclude, wishing all the participants all the very best, and requesting all of you to take the best out of all these classes. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for taking some time out of your very busy schedule to join us. And also, thank you for your knowledge and thank you for sharing it with us. And you have always been very humble and very kind and very generous with your wisdom, and we will always be grateful for that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Today, we are continuing with the Charaka Samhita Sutrasthana with the Guru Vaidya P. Ram Manohar sir. He is the Research Director of Amrita School of Ayurveda and a member of Scientific Advisory Committee, National Institute of Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush. He received BAMS from Bharatiyar University, Coimbatore in 1991 and MD Ayurveda from Rajiv Gandhi University, Bangalore in 2001. He has been contributing in the field of Ayurvedic research since last 24 years. He has to his credits more than 60 publications and research papers published in SCI research journals, as well as contributions in other journals and chapters of books. Dr. Ram Manohar was honored with the Ayurveda Marga Pravartaka Award by the L. Mahadevan's Ayurveda Foundation 2014 and by the Sundarlal Joshi's Smriti Shodha Puraskara by the Maha Gujarat Medical Society in 2015. In 2016, Poondotam Ayurvedashram bestowed the Bharadwaja Puraskaram Award to him for his contributions in the research in Ayurveda. These are some of the many feathers that adorn his crown. In addition to that, Ram Manohar sir is a mentor of Samhita Tattva Vichara. He has been with us. He joined the program for a few times, and he started the program, and he's also ending it. By bookending Samhita Tattva Vichara, Charaka Samhita Sutrasthana. We are very honored to have you with us, sir.
So, namaste.
Namaste,
my pranams again to Dr. Jaykrishna sir. It was an honor to be in his presence today morning and to listen to his words of wisdom. So, I still remember the good old days in Mangere when we all learned under the great teachers like including Dr. Jaykrishna sir. And for many of us, he has been a great inspiration in gaining the confidence in the clinical practice and applications of Ayurveda. So it is a moment to also remember Krishnakumarji. It's still difficult to believe that he is not with us. We can still feel the void, but his great vision and his memories will continue to inspire us to walk for the development and upliftment of Ayurveda. So, with all due respects and remembrance of Krishnakumarji, I would like to start our discussion today. Again, I'm thankful to the organizers for inviting me to this program. It's an honor and pleasure to be here today morning and to share my thoughts on the 30th chapter of the Sutrasthana of Charaka Samhita. This is a very important chapter, and many important general topics are also discussed in this chapter here. And we will try to understand to the best extent possible and in the time available what is the importance of this chapter and what messages we can take away from the whole, not only the whole of Sutrasthana, but of course the 30th chapter in particular. Textbooks like Charaka Samhita are very profound, and in my own experience I would hesitate making any statement that I have understood the meaning, the final meaning or implication of any of the passages in this amazing textbook. As Charaka says, this text is composed in a particular way. Trividha Shishya Buddhihitam. It is designed for the 3 levels of human intelligence. And we can see that Charaka Samhita clearly points out etavadhyalam alpa buddhinam vyavaharaya buddhimadam tu swanumana yukti kushalanam anuktartha jnanaya. So this textbook is very clearly trying to convey more than what is written. In fact, the whole textbook is a stimulation for creative and explorative thinking. Charaka is the explorer. Charaiveti, we can call Charaka as a wanderer, or I would like to even translate that term as an explorer. It is that spirit of exploration, of self-discovery, of the knowledge of Ayurveda, not just by a inquiry into the external world, but by an inner journey that elevates our consciousness to a higher level of awareness. That is how the knowledge of Ayurveda is gained. And Charaka Samhita is an invitation for us to open our minds to that higher levels of awareness. So the knowledge of Ayurveda is obtained through a gradual process of inner transformation. It is not just collecting information about the external world. And that is why in the first chapter itself, the Ayurveda Avataranam means to bring down that awareness into human consciousness, from Brahma to Prajapati to Ashwinis to Indra to the Rishis and then to the rest of humanity. Is we can one way we can say we are bringing down the knowledge to our awareness, or we are elevating our awareness to a higher state. Indra is a Sahasraksha. So when Bharadwaja meets Indra, we are elevated. It is a symbolism of an elevation of our own awareness, where we are able to perceive things that was otherwise not within the ken of our perception. So Charaka sometimes really makes us think a lot. And even the very arrangement of chapters, the structure of Sutrasthana is not so straightforward like that in maybe Ashtanga Hridayam, where the arrangement of chapters look logically very neat. Vagbhada has said that acharyas like Charaka, they were bent on conveying the meaning in a very profound way to the readers or students, and they were not so particular about the way they were presenting it. Te artha pratyayana paraha vachane yachana adritaha. So we might even think that, in the Charaka Samhita, there is perhaps not that much good structuring as we can see in Ashtanga Hridayam, for instance. So if you look at the Sutrasthana, the 7 Chatushkas itself is very unique. 7 into 4, 28, and then 2 chapters. It looks a bit asymmetrical. Why didn't Charaka make it 32? Of course, the Sangraha Dhyayas, and we are going to deal with one of the 2 Sangraha Dhyayas, the first Dasha Pranayatiniyam, and then the Arthe Dasha Mahamuliyam. So one is this Sthana Sangraha, summary of the entire Sutrasthana, whereas Arthe Dasha Mahamulyam is summary, Tantra Sangraham, summary of the entire textbook, because in this chapter, the whole structure of the Samhita, not just Sutrasthana, but even beyond, is discussed. The entire scope of Ayurveda and the Charaka Samhita itself is discussed in this chapter. So Arthe Dasha Mahamulyam is kind of the bird's eye view of Charaka Samhita itself, and Dasha Pranayatiniyam of just the Sutrasthana. So these 2 chapters are, summaries, but then we have these Chatushkas before. So before we actually go into the 30th chapter, it might also be interesting to think a little bit about the Chatushkas and their significance. Of course, it's beyond the scope of our discussion today to actually analyze the structure of the Sutrasthana, but I just wanted to highlight a few points to indicate that Charaka Samhita sometimes makes us, ask, why is it like this? Things are not mentioned in a very obvious way. Like in Vagbhara, for example, you can have the arrangement of the chapters, the Swastha element, the Swastha Vrittam is mentioned first, and then it is followed by essential concepts of treatment before Chikitsa is described. So the order seems very logical. So there you can see Vagbhara starting with Ragadi Roga, indicating the importance of the mind as a foundation of not only health but also disease. And then he talks about lifestyle and then comes to diet. So mind, lifestyle, diet, this makes a perfect logical order. But when you look at Charaka Samhita, you can see that the first Chatushka is Bheshaja Chatushka. So for some reason, Charaka wants to put the Bheshaja Chatushka first. And there also, he's not talking about the principles of treatment, but he's just listing drugs. So this makes us think why. And then comes Swastha Chatushka. And then the whole focus in the remaining Chatushkas is more focused on treatment, actually. Nirdesha Chatushka, where the Chatushpadas are described. Then the Kalpana Chatushka, where the procedures, Panchakarma. So here in Charaka, we see this strange thing that the tools are mentioned first. And then, so the treatment procedures are mentioned. Then the Roga Chatushka, where the importance of diagnosing diseases. Then the Yojana Chatushka, that you have to use these tools according to a proper protocol for it to be effective is mentioned. And then suddenly comes Annapana Chatushka. I've always wondered why Annapana Chatushka is at the end and not in the beginning. So it is mentioned, at the end before the Sangrahadhyayas, whereas diet is something very fundamental. So even Swasti Chatushka was mentioned, as the second section. Why did Annapana Chatushka go to the end? So these kind of questions come to our mind. Even if you look at Chikitsasthana of Charaka Samhita, the order is thought-provoking. Because I think it's only Samhita which starts the whole discourse with Rasayana and Vajikarana. We're talking about treatment, and Charaka is talking about, rejuvenation. And so it is just the opposite. In Chikitsasthanam, he's starting Swastasya Jaskaram. Let us strengthen the sick person. Whereas in Sutrasthana, he's talking about Bheshaja Chatushka, the treatment of the people who are already sick. And the Chikitsasthana of Charaka also ends at Yoni Vyapad, which is a very peculiar presentation. So not with Vada Vyadhi as the other texts do. And here you can see, if you look very close, so Charaka wants us to ask the question why. It appears as though. My own experience is that, yes, the logical arrangement in Charaka Samhita is not straightforward, but it makes us ponder, it makes us ask these very questions. And if we ask these questions and when we begin to get answers, it opens up our mind to another way of thinking, another dimension of thinking. So for example, I've always, and this is something which I want to convey today, it depends on our engagement, our level of engagement. That textbooks like Charaka Samhita keep suggesting, new vistas of thought. They are meant to be inspiration for, centuries they inspire, because that is the way it has been structured. So it is not a very straightforward thing. It's not like receiving, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, this is what you have to know. No, the Charaka Samhita makes us think a lot. Of course, it has some basic concepts and principles, which if we are only interested in, simply doing some basic clinical practice, we can follow. But the Charaka Samhita is also inviting us for a much deeper journey. And it is in that process that we begin to understand, we get our own insights. This is what I have found most fascinating about the Charaka Samhita. You don't have to be told many things by anybody. They can appear in your own mind. As you read the text and as you get what is called as an upasthiti or a connection to the text, it's as if the text comes to life and you are taken to a new journey like Alice in Wonderland. You start exploring with the text and it opens new dimensions of reality for you. This is the most rewarding exercise. Every time you open the Charaka Samhita, you can anticipate something new, something fresh, some fresh insight. The words have not changed. The textbook is the same. In fact, we lost quite a lot of it. It was reconstructed, restitched. But this ability of the text to still suggest some new dimension which we may have missed, when you read it previously, that freshness, I think, is the most rewarding experience of reading Charaka Samhita. So whatever I am discussing today is only the impoverished insights that I have myself been able to gain. That is not at all the limit. It is not the end. If at all these insights can stimulate us to think further, then I will feel my purpose is fulfilled. Because I feel very, very small when looking at this great and gigantic textbook of Charaka Samhita. Gigantic not in terms of its size, but in terms of its depth and profundity. So let's move today in that spirit. So a few thoughts about the structure of Sutrasthana before we come to Arthedasha Mahamulyam, which is the conclusion of the summary of the whole text of Charaka Samhita itself. So why should Charaka, begin with Bheshaja Chatushka? It's a question. I don't know if any of you have ever asked this question. Why should Charaka Samhita begins? So Charaka says, Hetulinga Aushadha Jnanam Swasthadura Parayanam Prasutram Shashwadam Punyam Bubudheyam Pitamaha. So it is Swasthadura Parayanam. You can see Sutrasthana does, give that focus, because in the introduction itself, it has been told the Trisutratvam, Hetulinga Aushata Jnanam, Swasthadura Parayanam. That is the structure of the whole text. Charaka is always focusing, in these two ways. The balance between Swastha and Atura, that focus is always there. And this focus is based on Hetulinga Aushathatvam. So this is why many things are peculiar to the Charaka Samhita. I just talked about the structure of the Chikitsasthanam, Yoni Vyapat, because Yoni Vyapat means after the end of Vada Vyadhi, where the Sharira becomes Shetaruksham and it is in a stage of disintegration, a new Sharira has to be created. And that new Shariram comes from Shukrartava Shuddhi. So if you look at Ashtanga Hridayam, Shuddhe, Shukrartave Sattva, Swakarma Klesha Chodida. So Charaka's idea of Ayus having an Anubandha, these are very subtle. That you can perceive that when you see even the arrangement of chapters from Yoni Vyapat, Shuddhe, Shukrartave, we go into Rasayana and Vajikarana again. So Chikitsasthana creates a loop. That whole arrangement of chapters in Chikitsasthana is conveying to us that the continuity of life itself. So this is very special why Yoni Vyapat Chikitsa suddenly comes there. In my opinion, it is because it is trying to indicate that even when the body is gone, because Charaka says that when a person, when there is no treatment to be done, upeksheva bheshajam. Maitri karunya marteshu shakye preetir upekshanam. Pragradistheshu bhudeshu vaidya vriddis chaturvitha. So that upeksha also does not mean that it is the end of everything. Life will continue, and that idea is now you have to work for Shukra Shuddhi and Artava Shuddhi so that a new life is created. Nidanasthana of Charaka Samhita is also peculiar. I've always wondered right from the times as a student why the Nidanasthana of Charaka stops abruptly at 8 chapters. If you look at it deeply, Swasthaduravarayanattvam, that commitment is there. Hedulinga Aushadha Jnanam. So even Chikitsasthana is Swasthaduravarayana. Iha Paraloga, this is Ihacha Amutracha. So that is an overall sweeping outlook of Charaka Samhita. Naishtiki Chikitsa and the other, Laukiki Chikitsa. Iha Loka Kalyanam or Aishwaryam, and also Paraloga, so Paralogeshana. So if you look at the whole Samhita, you can see this sweeping overview is never lost. And I think when you are studying the Charaka Samhita, that framework should be there in our mind. The Charaka never loses sight of Swasthyam, Aturam, the Swastha and the Atura. And he is focusing on both through the Trisutra approach, Triskandham Ayurvedam. It is not just casually that he mentioned that Hedulinga Aushadha Jnana. And then he looks at the scope of the Swastha. Even if you are a Swastha, you are going to die. And there is a life beyond Paralokesana. That is why that is discussed in such great depth in Tisreshaniyam, whether Punarbhava is there or not. And the treatment also. That is why in the Chikitsasthana also, so that's the opposite. In Sutrasthana, where we would have expected Swasthya to be mentioned first, he talks about Bheshaja. And in Chikitsasthana, you start with Swasthasya Urjaskaram, that which is, specific for Swastha. So the Swasthadura Parayanatum, that commitment, and Chikitsasthana, why did he stop Nidana and jump to Chikitsasthanas where only details of Nidana, everything is mentioned together? Because the idea is this Trisutratam of Ayurveda, that it's not possible to separate Nidanam, Chikitsa and Bheshaja. They come together. The whole logic of Trisutra Ayurveda is that we see the lingas or lakshanas. That is all that we see when a patient who is sick. Some are very easily observable, some are not. In whatever way, it is through the lingas that we understand the hedu. And when we understand the hedu, we are able to give the aushadha. So you cannot separately study Nidana, then separately, study about the medicines, and then separately about the Rebbe. So that linking is the key. So in Nidanasthana also, Charaka starts with diagnosis, but ends in Chikitsa Sustra, pointing out that unless we make a continuum of these three, it's like a triangle, Hedulinga Aushadam. It's only together that we can, understand. So that logic of Swasthadura Parayanatum, not losing sight of the Swastha and Adura, having that vision balanced based on the Sutram and keeping always in focus Ihaloka, Paraloka, and Naishtiki as well as Laukiki Chikitsa. That is the framework on which the whole text has been constructed. And if you look at this as the foundation of the text, then it becomes a little bit more easy perhaps to understand why Charaka is chosen a particular order. So the first chapter itself is talking about, the background in which the knowledge of Ayurveda was emerged and discovered. So Vignabhuda Yadaroga Pradurbhuda Sharirinam Tapopavasa Adhyayana Brahmacharya Pradayusham Tada Bhudesha Anukrosham Puraskritya Maharshaya Sameta Punyakarmana Parshve Himavate Shubhe. Of course, we are not going to discuss the whole Sutrasthana, but I thought it's very important to get this overview because Arthe Dasya Mahamuliyam itself is an overview. Now we are trying to get an overview. And with a little bit discussion about the Chatushkas, it would become very nice to get into the 30th chapter. In fact, the 30th chapter is such a sangraha, and I have a doubt that Vagbhada may have also got inspired by this chapter in having called his whole Samhita as Ashtanga Hridayam. Because Arthe Dasha Mahamuliyam is the sangraha of the whole Samhita, and Ashtanga Hridayam is also a sangraha. So he has perhaps been inspired by these two chapters of wanting to do a sangrahana and present the hridayam or essence of the teachings of Ayurveda. Perhaps he was, I'm thinking very wildly. So hridayamiva hridayame tat sarvayurveda vangmaya payothe krutva yat shubhamaptam shubhamastu param tato jagata. So when we start discussing Arthe Dasha Mahamuliyam, the way the hridayam has been positioned, Gobhanasinam Agaraiva and all that, we will come to understand that position of the heart and how it becomes the Ojovaha. And so this Sangrahana Adhyaya gives us a very unique perspective on how to get to the essence of the knowledge of Ayurveda. And I very much doubt that Vagbhada was much inspired by this chapter to call his work by the name Ashtanga Hridayam. So Ayurveda was created not, just for recreation or for just restoration, the way we are made to believe this is what Ayurveda is for today. Wellness. When you don't have any illness, you have a lot of money with you, you can go to a spa, massage yourself, put some steam and oil, come back. This is not the picture we get from the Sutrasthana first chapter. We are getting a picture of almost like a pandemic has gripped the world. And when I say that, you can imagine perhaps the situation was very similar like what we are experiencing today, the second wave of COVID. Vignabhuda, Yadaroga, Pradurbhuda, Sharirinam. Diseases come to us in a mild way now and then, it's part of life. So our health may be affected, but when our life is also affected, that is when, it becomes a crisis. And the Charaka Samhita is perhaps representing the first World Health Assembly of great sages from all parts of the world coming together to ponder upon a health emergency that has gripped the world. Vignabhuda, Yadaroga, Pradurbhuda, Sharirinam, Tapopavasa, Adhyayana, Brahmacharyavataisham. So it is affecting our living, our economy, our activities, our higher pursuits. Everything is affected. And I think today we are very familiar with the situation. It's not just a health problem. It's a problem of our livelihood. It is a problem of our aspirations. Human life has come to a standstill. And it is in that context, when such a pandemic, and Charaka Samhita is also talking about such possibilities later, about Janapadodhamsa. So not only human beings, but even animals were affected. Tada bhudeshu anukrosham, not just manusheshu. The entire creation is affected. Today we can see, we have recently heard that COVID affected also a lion. A lion died due to COVID. It is affecting animals. We are beginning to see that COVID is reminding us of a very deep impact in nature itself. So, the first chapter indicates that Ayurveda was discovered basically also to cure disease. And not just simple diseases or minor diseases, but even a pandemic situation, whatever you call it in that day, a situation where not only human beings, the entire creation is being suffocated by disease, and it is affecting livelihood. We don't know how to move forward. We are not able to move forward. It was in such a grave situation that the first World Health Assembly of Sages, they gathered under the foothills of the Himalayas and asked, what is the solution for this? So Charaka wanted to very clearly perhaps indicate that Bheshaja is also very important. And in fact, there is no point in talking about big philosophy when people are sick. We have to find a solution. And where is that solution? That solution is around us. It almost looks like when you read this Charaka Samhita, is pointing out these medicines are there all around you. Please, even you can ask the Oshadhir Namarubabhyam Janade Hyajapavane Avipascheva Gopascha Echanye Vanacharinade. So the solution is around you in nature itself. For all our illnesses, the solution is around us. And it is very interesting that what Ayurveda says is Ayurveda is primarily nature-centric and then only person-centric. Many people today talk about Ayurveda is personalized medicine, individualized medicine. I would say it's not primarily individualized. It is primarily nature-centric. And Charaka Samhita is very specific here. So when Ayurveda was discovered and it was transmitted, when the transmission got completed, you can see Charaka Samhita Sutrasthanam gives a celebration. Shivo Vayur Yavavo. The air became pure. And Sajala Kusuma Vrishtaya, the flowers along with showers or water showers actually, made the earth look so beautiful. So the knowledge of Ayurveda is a redemption not only for the individual but for the entire nature itself. And whatever solutions we need is seen around us in the roots, in the fruits, in the stem, in the leaves, and in whatever nature is, providing to us. So the Bheshaja Chatushka is giving us that insight that the solutions are there. We don't have to worry. Everything that we need is being already provided in the nature around us. And that is why the Bheshaja Chatushkam is mentioned. And immediately after Bheshaja Chatushka, Charaka goes on to Swastha Chatushkam, because Swasthadura Parayana, what is this purpose of Bheshaja, is to elevate us to this level of Swasthya. And it is when we achieve that Swasthya that we are able to achieve the higher pursuits of life. So both those purposes are in focus in Charaka Samhita. Not only should disease be eliminated, we should achieve Swasthya, and then also what Swasthya is going to help us to achieve Dharmartha Kama Moksha. Today, if the pandemic has choked us, it has choked us, in such a way that we are not able to pursue the Purusharthas in our life. It is the Purusharthas, Dharmartha Kama Mokshanam. I've never felt the Charaka Samhita so relevant and appealing as it appears now. Even the first chapter, the background of why this discussion is there makes so much sense, today. So this is the background and the situation in which, so be after Bheshaja Chatushkam is Swastha Chatushkam. Then, Charaka goes on to Nirdesha Chatushkam, and this is also a bit confusing. Why Nirdesha Chatushkam? Kudaga Chatushpada Adhyaya Maha Chatushkam. So also in Swastha Chatushkam, Indriyobakramani Adhyaya is the last part, which also shows that an inner transformation, although he begins with lifestyle, Matrashitiyam, means he's talking about diet, the importance of diet, but Annapana Chatushka is mentioned later. Diet, Tasyashidiyam, means whatever you eat. These chapter names are also very interesting. We don't have time to go into all the details, but I'm making a summary of Sutrasthana before we come into Arthedasha Mahamulya. You must eat properly, that is one thing, but what you eat, if it has to be properly transformed and digested, then Tasyashidiyam. Tasyashidad yathaharat balam varnasya vardhade. If you don't follow a proper lifestyle, Matrashidiyam alone will not be sufficient. So that is why those terms are used. Charaka's terms are also very thought-provoking. Matra siddhiyam. Okay, we have to eat properly. But then tasya siddhiyam, tasya siddhad yadhaharad, yadaharad. Balam varnasya vardade. What is the guarantee that, by eating this food, nutritious food, I will get balam varnam? Unless we follow the proper charyas, it will not happen. And then taking care of the body, navegandharaniyam, and then indriyopakramaniyam. That is the key part of the Swastha Chaturshkam. That is through tapas, indriya shamam, and mano niyamanam, that you are able to achieve yourself on the path of dharma. And Vagbhata has beautifully summarized this. Sukhartha sarva bhudanam mata sarva pravartaya sukham chana vina dharma. This is adapted from Charaka Samhita. Sukhartha sarva bhudanam mata sarva pravartaya jnana jnana visheshattu marga marga pravartaya. That is how Charaka mentions it. Vagbhata so beautifully changes it, gets into focus and says tasmad dharma paro bhavet. So that dharma is the basis of swasthya also. This is what I mean, that Charaka is, having this swasthadura parayan to mihamutra lokadvaya rasayanam. This is also mentioned in Ashtanga Hridayam as, dharmyam yashasyam ayushyam lokadvaya rasayanam anumodamahe brahmacharyam ekanta narmalam. So Ayurveda is definitely for not just for this world, but also the world beyond. And that is why certain chapters and concepts are arranged in a particular way. If you look at it from that way, it begins to make sense. Now then we have Nirdesha Chatushkam, and in the Nirdesha Chatushkam, here you are having Kudaga Chatushpadiyam, Maha Chatushpadadhyaya, Tisreshaniyam, and Vatakalakaliyam. So on the one hand, you have the Padura Vrittandam, where you are talking about Chadushpadam Shodashagunam Bheshajamidi Bhishajo Bhashande. It's very interesting that Charaka begins this chapter like that. Chadushpadam, you may have got the mistake that in Bheshaja Chadushka, that Bheshaja means the herbs and plants and minerals and materials and formulations. The Panjas and Mahagashaya, they are the Bheshaja. No, he redefines Bheshaja here by saying Chadushpadam constitute the Bheshajam. Chadushpadam Shodashagunam Bheshajam idi Bhishajo Bhashande. And what is Bheshajam actually? Bheshajam means that which removes the bhaya of disease. And that is the reason why Charaka Samhita begins with Bheshaja Chaturshkam. The first thing that is needed is that the fear of a disease should be eliminated. And if a science like Ayurveda cannot eliminate the fear of disease, give us the hope of a higher life, it doesn't make sense. That is why the first Chatushka is Bheshaja Chaturshkam. So then in Nirdesha Chaturshkam, he points out that whatever herbs and this we have, they all become successful only in the hands of the Chatushpada. Chatushpada is what makes the difference between, a successful treatment or otherwise. Then the Tisreshaniyam and Vadakala Kaliyam puts us into a much bigger perspective. So in my opinion, Tisreshaniyam is talking about taking swasthyam and our vision to the higher life, because once you have health, once you have overcome your disease, you should not stop, because you must look at the higher goal. So then he asks the question, once the disease is healed, is there punarbhavam? Is there a life beyond? What does it mean and how does it affect? So here the clear advice is given to forsake nastikya buddhi and to choose astigatvam, which is very, very important for life to find fulfillment. I don't know, some scientific studies some time back also pointed out that people who believe in God live longer. That's of course a little humorous, but it is a scientific fact. Perhaps by having an astikya buddhi, you are able to develop an attitude in life which is less stressful and which is also promoting a longer life. So in anything that is Ayushyam is the focus of Charaka Samhita. So this Nirdesha Chaturshkam, again, if you look at it very carefully, it is Swasthadura Parayanam. Adhiratum is discussed, then he goes on to Swasthim. Then we have Kalpana Chaturshkam. So again, what happens is the tools are mentioned first in Charaka. It's not the concept. I think this is because Charaka is a very practical person. He's not telling, look, we have a principle of treating disease. No, he's first showing you the medicines. Here are the medicines. Then he is telling, wait, I'll give you the tools, but who uses the tools make the difference. So he talks about Chaturpada. Now he says, not only the tools and the team which will make the treatment successful. There are procedures, how this should be done. That is the Kalpana Chaturshkam. The importance of Shodhana. That is where, Srodha Shuddhi. It's very profound, beautifully Charaka has placed it in this Kalpana Chaturshkam, is where the definition of health is given. I was always surprised why he has put it here in Kalpana Chaturshkam. Definition of health should have been in Swastha Chaturshkam. Ikaro dhadu vaishamyam samyam prakriti ruchyate sukha samjnagam arogyam vikaro dukhamevacha. So that sukha samjnagatvam, if you look deeply into that deeper meaning of the word sukham, so sukha, the good space, when the space inside your body, the srodha shuddhi, when the prana can move without any hindrance. The movement of prana you can feel there, because Charaka is at the end coming to prana, dasha prana etaniyam. As long as prana is there in the body, everything happens. Even we are a Vaidya only when the prana is there in the body. If the prana decides to go, no Vaidya can do anything. That is, I think once I tried to learn from many teachers, one of my gurus from whom I was trying to learn some practical procedures, I found that before starting the treatment, he was falling at the feet of the patient. I was very surprised. I said, should it not be the other way around? The patient should fall at the feet of the Vaidya. Why is the Vaidya falling at the feet of the patient and worshipping and then starting the treatment? Then he told me, see, a Vaidya is a Pranabhisara, a friend of the prana of the patient. My transaction is with the prana of the individual, not the external ego of that patient. If I don't connect to the prana of that patient, I cannot treat that individual. So Charaka clearly mentioned Jnana Buddhi Pradipena Yona Vishadi Yoga with Adurasya Andaratmanam Nasarogam Chikitsa. It was a moment of revelation for me. And I saw that Vaidya falling at the feet of the patient, doing a prayer. And he said, I am going to touch that patient's body. I have to give utmost respect. There should be no idea of any manipulation. I have to look at that body as the Kshetra. The body as a Kshetra is also beautifully described in the first chapter of Sharirasthanam, Kaditha Purushiyam. And Atman, or your consciousness, is mentioned as Kshetrajna, the one who perceives and beholds the Kshetra or the body. So a Vaidya should be a Pranabhisara, as we learned in the previous chapter, not Rogabhisara. So as long as the prana is there, the Vaidya's treatment will work. And Pranaisaha Samyogamayuhu, we have no control here. So in Atharva Veda, there is a very beautiful mantra which says, Adharvanihi Angirasihi Daivi Manushyaja Uta Oshadhaya Prajayande Yada Tvam Prana Jinvasi. Oh Prana, when you are alive, the medicines become medicine. Adharvani, Angirasi, Daivi, Manushyaja, all these 4 types of medicines, they become medicine when you are there, prana. When you decide to leave the body, nothing can happen. So the Vaidya is facilitating the movement of prana in the body. And that Srodho Shuddhi, Shodhana Chikitsa, when even Shodhana Chikitsa is given, Charaka wants us to get to that higher dimension. He doesn't want us to reduce things to something very mundane and profane. He wants to tell us the possibility of thinking very deeply. When you are reading the Nirdesha Chatushka of Sutrasthana, are you able to feel this idea of prana? Sutrasthana is an amazing sthana because it connects It is the connecting sthana. Sutra is like a thread where diverse ideas are connected so coherently, so beautifully. And another thing we can say is Sutrasthana is where the dots are given. And when you connect them using your intelligence, you see the pattern. Charaka is giving us a puzzle. It is so many dots here and there. And it is up to us to use our imagination and intelligence to, connect these dots. And then a beautiful pattern emerges. So that is the way we must read the text. That is what I'm just trying to convey. So in Nirdesha Chatushka, when you see Sukha Samchekam Arogyam, when I'm reading that verse, I'm beginning to feel Sukham means it's a movement of prana, the unobstructed flow of prana. Sthira Sukhamasanam, as in Yoga Shastra Sutras it is mentioned, Sthira Sukham. Because when you allow the prana to flow without any obstruction in your body, that is when the prana is able to hold us together. Sarirendriya Sattvatma Samyogam, that is dependent on prana, how long the prana is there in your system. So that is why when in Ayurveda, if prana has decided to leave, the Vaidya will not interfere. I have heard that one great Ashtavaidya, he would never be present at the time of death. It's not that he is running away from death, but it is a sign of respect to death. When prana moves, there is no role for the Vaidya. Na Vaidyaha Prabhura Ayusha. So that feeling should be there, and the Charaka Samhita concludes the Sutrasthana by bringing that focus on prana. And Dasha Prana is the niyam. Out of the Dasha, these are the locations of prana. Whatever you do, and that prana is sustained by Annam only. That is why Annapana Chatushka has also been brought there. After all this, if you want to sustain prana, Deho hi ahara sambhava, Annamaya kosha. And that Anna is connected to prana, Pranamaya kosha. And so you can see Annapana Chatushka is followed by Dasha Prana the niyam, Arthe Dasha Mahamuri. That is where the essence of the digested food goes. Ojo Vaha. That Hridayam has been mentioned not as Rasavaha, as you can see in other texts. Hrido Reso Nissaradi. Or Vyanena Rasadhaturhi Vikshe Bojita Karmani. Charaka is talking about it as the sthana of Para Ojas. And that from there the Ojas moves, and that is that Ojas which sustains prana. And so we can see the Annapana and prana link has been produced, and Charaka Samhita Sutrasthana concludes by saying that you have to become a prana abhisara. That is your Vaidyatvam. In the presence of a Vaidya, the prana settles down. You have to connect to the patient at the level of prana, not at the level of his external identity. So you become a friend of the prana of that individual. In fact, I have felt that as a Vaidya, when you finish your course, you can only call yourself as a Chikitsaka, because you are a businessman at that time. You want patients. I remember when I finished my course and sat in a clinic, I was wondering when a patient will come. You cannot think of big philosophy. You need your patients. You need to make sure you are a practitioner. So you are thinking about it. So after a Chikitsaka, when you begin to get a reputation, okay, you treated some patients and then you began to get that news spreads around, oh, this fellow sitting, that doctor is good. If you gives medicine, you will get cured, is quite successful. So your very word, when it gives a hope and removes the fear of disease from patients, you can call yourself a Bishak. Bishak Roga Bhayam Harade. So you are a Bishak only when you get a reputation. In the beginning, you are a Chikitsaka, where you have a degree or a qualification, but the world does not yet know your capabilities. You are proclaiming, you have to announce, you have to push yourself as a Chikitsaka before the world catches attention. But as a Bishak, the world has caught your attention. Now the world starts coming to you. But still you may not have enough compassion. It is a business for you. World feels, yes, he's a good doctor. But in the next stage, you become a Vaidya. In my opinion, a Vaidya is one Vedana Tattva Vedana, one who can feel the Sukha and Dukkha of a patient. He's a Vaidya. You cannot call yourself a Vaidya if you do not have compassion. You may be a very good bishop. I mean, this is my personal analysis and churning of the texts. I'm just sharing this to stimulate some thinking and put the right context here of the last two chapters, and especially Arthedasha Mahamuliyam, to show how the whole Samhita is coming into that prana of that individual. And Sutrasthana concludes by saying that it is the prana that holds life, and it is in prana that the hope of a cure, everything is based on prana. In modern science, we are talking about molecules, biomedicine, that is what cures. But in Ayurveda, all biomolecules become biomolecules or active molecules only if prana is there, as Atharva Veda tells. So our focus is on how to harness that pranic energy, how to feel its presence, how as a Vaidya you can become a prana abhisara. So when you become a Vaidya, you have compassion. And through that compassion alone, you can enter into the inner self of your patient. And when you start connecting to the patient at the level of his prana, the moment you start feeling compassion, you can connect to the patient much more deeply. Then you become a pranabhisara. So after a Vaidya, you evolve into a pranabhisara. And after you spend a lot of time as a pranabhisara, you begin to feel that there is a deep subconscious response of the patient towards you. Life surrenders to the physician who is a pranabhisara, and then you become a pranacharya. So this is the roadmap for the development of a physician. So the Charaka Samhita is multi-dimensional. In the Sutrasthana, in one way, when you look at it, you can see it is the evolution of the patient from an athura to a swastha to somebody who is seeking, the well-being in this life and the life after. You can see that roadmap. If you look at the physician, you can again see a roadmap of how a physician moves from a lower goal to a higher goal, from chikitsaka to a pranacharya. And the last two chapters come to this climax. How, as a physician, you can become a pranacharya. And how and where, and it is in Hridayam, Arthedasha Mahamuliyam. That is where the prana pradishta has happened. That is like the temple. You are entering into the temple, the sanctum sanctorum, and going into that region where the prana pradishta of life has happened. Chaitanyanu Vrittihi. And because of that prana pradishta, so I feel when I am reading the Charaka Samhita and when I come to the Arthedasha Mahamuliyam, I feel very, very profound. I feel as if I'm entering. I get the feeling like I have crossed the outer, boundaries of the temple. I'm now inside the sanctum sanctorum. And when you open now the doors of the inner sanctum sanctorum, you can behold the deity. You can behold the prana of that individual which is the source of life. So we should approach Arthedasha Mahamuliyam with this framework, with this sense of worshipfulness. This is what I have learned. This is the core. Now, just a few more words about the remaining Chatushka. So, Kalpana Chatushka tells all these Shodhana procedures and the role of Shodhana in giving you Sukham. This is there. Shodhana and Manaprasada.
Minimum आधा डजन लाने बोले हाँ तो
Sorry for the disruption, sir.
Okay. Yeah. So, tadhasya shuddha chittasya prasadam, tadhasya shuddha dehasya prasadam labhade manaha. This idea is there. If Manohar Chikitsa it is mentioned, when Deha Shuddhi happens, Manah Prasada is obtained. And that is perhaps the reason why Sukha Samtyagam Arogyam is mentioned in Kalpana Chatushka, where, this Deha Shuddhi is connected to Chitta Prasadam also. Then he goes on to Roga Chatushkam. Again he says, wait, The medicines are there. The Chadushpadas are there. So you can see how he's connecting the medicines in the hands of a Chadushpada, in the hands of the Chadushpada, the Bheshaja. When applied through the proper procedures, according to a proper understanding of the disease, that is why the Roga Chadushka is mentioned. And Samyak Yojidam, according to the right Yukti. So this is like a connecting dot from Bheshaja to Chadushpada to the Kalpanas to the understanding of the disease, and with the right Yukti or Yojana, then the treatment becomes fruitful. So this is a guideline for the physician itself of how you can, how the treatment works. Matra kalashraya yukti siddhir yuktau pradishtita. So yukti is the basis. So these Chadushkas are telling us how that yukti is being built. And then we come to Annapana Chadushka, because that is the basis for both Swasthyam and also for treatment. And this is a very, very beautiful verse in this section. Vaidikam karma, laukikam karma yad vrittau, vaidikam swargadau chayat, karmapavarge yachoktam, tachapya anne pradishthitam. So Charaka wants to show, that is why he brought Annapana Chadushkam towards the end. Matra Siddhiyam was already mentioned in the beginning, but he wanted to show that the scope of Anna is much beyond Swasthyam. It is much beyond even Chikitsa. It embraces life as a whole. Annam Nanindhyar, Tad Vradam, Annam Vai Brahma. So these concepts you can see here. Laukikam karma, as a person we may have three lifestyles. Laukika lifestyle means I cannot distinguish between hitam and priyam. I will go behind priyam. That is the definite. Priyamevatu laukika. So if you want to know whether you are a laukika or a vaidika, if you are not able to discriminate between this is ayushyam, this is anayushyam, this is hitam for me, this may be priyam, but it is ahitam. If this discrimination has not come, then you are a laukika. It has nothing to do with your learning. You may be a great scholar, but still a laukika if in your life you are not able to move away from what is ahitam and what is just priyam. A vaidika, swargadau, a vaidika wants to achieve something in the future, a long term. Swarga is a future. In fact, swarga means swam pradigacchati the swargam, that which takes you to yourself. That is swargam actually. Swargam is a journey inward. So you are connecting, you are trying to transform. A Vaidika is able to distinguish between what is hitam and what is ahitam. He is aware of the long-term consequences. The third type of person is karma pavargi, who has gone beyond this. He has achieved a higher state of awareness. Through three lifestyles are there for human beings broadly. Today, most of us lead a laukika life. There are some people who are Vaidika life, they are beginning to say this is good, and sometimes they are misled because they go behind all these fads, eating too much of something which they feel is good, like wheatgrass juice, big glasses in the morning. So these are people who are moving from Laukika to Vaidika because now they want to control. They want to have a choice on what they are eating. They are doing the workout and all that. But they are all just beginners. Ayurveda gives you, again, the Charaka Samhita gives you the total roadmap. This is what I find fascinating about this. It is telling you the whole scope. It doesn't just say, Bheshajam, disease is cured. No, what is beyond? What is beyond? What is beyond and what is at the end? Charaka Samhita wants us to see the end of the thing. What is the highest goal that as human beings we can achieve? Otherwise, Ayurveda doesn't become a Panchama Veda. Because it starts, the beauty of Ayurveda is that it starts from the lowest level, but it shows you the highest goal in life. Slowly, it makes you mature. And at each stage, it advises what is most appropriate for that level. So when Annapana Chadushkam, Charaka alone gives this beautiful panoramic view. Laukikam karma yad vrittau. Even if you are a Laukika, Vaidikam Swargadauchet, even if you are a Vaidika, Karmapavarge Choktam Tachapi Anne Pradishtidam, you are still dependent on Anna. So Anna is Prana. And it is through the proper Anna that you are preserving Prana. That is why after Annapana Chaturshkam, Dasha Prana Dhaniyam is mentioned. And amongst all that Prana Sthanas, Arthe Dasha Mahamuli, the Hridayam is the Sthana. Actually, Prana Sthana is Shiras. But the source of that Prana in the Shiras is in the Hridayam. Prana Pranabhradam Yatra Shrita Sarvendriyani cha Yaduttamanga Shirastada Vidhiyate. So if we are very superficial, we'll stop at the brain. Ayurveda, as I told, tells us no, what is beyond? I am not satisfied. I want to see the ultimate. That is the spirit of Charaka Samhita. Uncover. Let me go beyond. Hiranmayena Patrena Satyasya Apihitam Mukham Tattvam Pushan Napavrunu Satyadharmaya Drishtaye or Satyakamaya Drishtaye. I want all avaranas to be removed. I am not satisfied. Prana is there in the Shiras, but where is it? What is the source? Is it just the Shiras? No. Atma cha sagunas cheta Chindyam cha hridi samshritam, as this chapter is going to tell us. So that is the importance. I had to take a broad overview before coming into this chapter, because I think understanding the importance is the first step, approaching the chapter in the right mood and the right spirit. That is of paramount importance in understanding what the text is trying to convey. Unless you know the context in which this chapter has been written, we cannot really go deep into it. So with this, let us start the discussion on this chapter. Athado Arthe Dasha Mahamuliyam Adhyayam Vyakhyasyaama Itihasmaha Bhagavan Atreya. So this Chakramani clarifies that this is Tantra Sangraham. And now some very interesting terms are described here. Arthe Dasha Mahamula. That word Artha we may confuse. So Chakramani clearly says here that Mahat Samjna Tatha Artha Samjna cha Hridayasya Vaidya Vyavahara Siddha na Sarvatra Shastrandareshu. This term Artha and Mahat being used for heart is very special to Vaidya Shastra, may be very special to Charaka Samhita. We may not see this usage even in Sushruta or in Vagbhada. This is very special. So very special terminology is used, and what is very interesting here is that we will come to that later. Artha Chintakai, there is a term used as Artha Chintakas. People who devoted or specialized in understanding about Artha. If you generally translate the word Artha Chintaka, it means perhaps economists, people who are specialized in economics, but that's not the meaning. The word Artha Chintaka, we see such terms in Ayurvedic texts. Artha Chintaka in Charaka Samhita, Arbudajnaihi in Sushruta Samhita. So it makes me think that perhaps even in those days, people specialized in particular areas. Some people used to devote, their whole life to study about one aspect. So those who studied exclusively about the heart, they are called as Artha Chintakas. So perhaps this is an old term for a cardiologist who is only talking about the physical heart today. So Artha Chintaka is kind of the cardiologist of those days, who had a deeper knowledge about Artha, not in the sense that a modern cardiologist knows, but perhaps even more subtle and in a deeper sense. But that concept of Artha Chintaka is very much there. So Arthe Dasha Mahamula Samasaktaha Mahabhala Mahacharthascha Hridayam Pajyaye Ruchyate Budhaihi Shadanga Mangam Vijnanam Indriyani Artha Panjagam Atma Cha Sagunas Cheta Chindyam Cha Hriti Samshritam. So that is the concluding part. As I told, this is like the sanctum sanctorum. This is the core teaching. And please imagine like we are entering into the temple, the inner part of the temple, and that innermost door where the secret of life is being revealed, is now being opened before us. And that's the beautiful, profound way in which this verse begins. So Hridaya has two concepts here. Mahatvam, the greatness of Hridaya, because that word Mahat has been used. Out of all the organs in the body, we bypassed the brain. We saw the brain, we understood that it is Pranasthana. You can see Agnivesha's contemporary Bhela has emphasized Shirasthalu Andaragatam Sarvendriya Parammana Tatrastham Tadhi Vishayan Indriyanam Rasadigan. So Bhela clearly looks at the mind between the Shiras and Talu. But the difference is Hridayam Chetana Sthanam. When I was a student, so I'm seeing there are some private messages coming because I'm discussing. It's difficult to respond immediately because it will cause an interruption. I'm making a note of it, and I'll definitely respond. So, yeah. So what I was saying here is that Hridayam, compared to the brain, I mean, we have had a very big debate in our modern times whether there is Shiro Hridayam and Uro Hridayam, because of attribution of consciousness of Atma cha Sagunascheda, Shadangamangam Vijnanam Indriyanya Arthamanjagam, Atma cha Sagunascheda, Chindyam cha Hridi Samshridam. So are we really not talking about the brain? That debate had surfaced, and a lot of people came with the opinion that when you say Hridayam in Ayurvedam, there is Shiro Hridayam, Uro Hridayam, because we have Tala Hridayam also. So many Hridayas are there. I don't know how correct that is, because Manas and Atma are different. So Charaka very clearly says that Hridayam is Chetana Sthanam, not Manasthanam. Manas is Achetanam. Achetanam Kriyavacha Manaha. Chetaita Aparaha. Manas is Achetanam. It is not conscious. Chetana is different. Chetana dhatu rapyeka smrta purusha samjnika. So when you talk about Chetana, we are talking about the conscious self. And that conscious self is in the heart. When I say I, my hand goes here. It doesn't go like this. I never say I. In fact, when I'm in my ego, when I'm in my mind, that is when my finger points to my head. When I'm in my heart, my hand will only touch my chest like this. So subconsciously we know that the core of our consciousness is in the region of the heart. And this discussion is very beautifully brought here. Why the 30th chapter of Sutrasthanam is not neurology. It is not even cardiology. It is the knowledge of consciousness and locating it in the most appropriate organ. Arthe Dasha Mahamulim. The physical heart disappears and we get into the higher dimension of the human body where we are able to meet the prana of the individual itself. So why is it called as Artham? Arthyamanattvena arthatvam tad hridayasya abhyarhidatvad. Because it is the artha is, it is like the resource, it is like the goal. The heart is so important, it is mahat and artham at the same time. And that word artham has been used in this particular chapter as a title. He did not use the word hridayam, he used the word, artham. So I hope all of you have the text with you. So we can also read some of these verses. It's not possible to read the whole thing. But as you can see here, the next verse is very, very profound. Pratishtartham hi bhavanam. Pratishtartham hi bhavanam esham hridayamishyate. So pradishtha, that word pradishtha is used. Pradishtartham hi bhavanam. That's why I said it is like a prana pradishtha. That is the center from which this whole pranic energy emerges and sustains the life in our body. Maybe the Swayambhu, the sinoatrial node. Pratishtartham hi bhavanam esham hridayamishyate gopanasinam agara karnige vartha chindagai tasyobakhadan murchayam bhedan maranamishyate. Yes, you can look into the online Charaka Samhita online if you want the English, or niimh.nic.in if you want to see, but that will be in original Sanskrit. Here you will, in this particular link, you will have the so everything is Hridayashritam. That is the concept that is mentioned, and that is why we in the Arthedasha Mahamulya we are coming to the core of the whole pranic energy, how that has to be preserved. So clinically, this is very important because any upakhada to the hridaya leads to murchayam, leads to loss of consciousness. And bhedan maranam ruchyati. And if there is a severe damage, then it will lead to death. So because of these two outcomes, there are the dasha pranayatanas, but all of them are dependent on the hridayam. All the pranasthanas in the body are dependent on the hridayam. So now this is the question, why is the hridayam becoming the basis? Is it because hridayam is the seat of consciousness? I don't know, so far you have been listening, so maybe we should also have a short break and come back. What do you feel? I mean, because we are covering about 1.5 hours now already, or maybe a short break. But before that, I would like to take some questions because the next section is going to be reading the text in detail. So I would like to know from the organizers, do you think we should have a short break now and then
Yes,
continue?
sir. Yes, sir. We can have a short break.
So before we break, I would like
before,
to... Yeah, please tell me.
If anybody has any questions, they can unmute themselves and ask the questions now.
Yeah. It would be good to have some interaction. What I've tried to give is an overview, a background, and setting the stage for a deeper diving into this chapter. And we will try to cover all the topics. Any questions? It would be good to have some interaction. Then we'll take a short break if at least a few questions are there, and then we will continue.
Manohar sir, can I ask?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm Ramdas. I'm of Ayurveda Sanskrit.
Yes. Namaste.
Yes. Hriyate vishayaihi di hridayam.
Yes.
That is the definition given in Shabdakalpadruma. Okay. So, the location where the Indriya Vishayas are being received and transported to the body, that may be the Sthana Hridaya is concerned. So, reception of the Arthas are generally done by the Manas. That may be the reason they are telling it as Manasaha Sthanam Hridayam.
Okay.
An inference. And at the same time, Charaka is telling Prana Ayadanam Hridayam.
Yes.
Hridayam is also one of the Prana Ayadana.
Yes.
So can we take it as where the activities of the mind is being easily detected? That means we have received an object, such a location of the mind as Hridaya. Can we consider in such a way?
Thank you very much for those thought-provoking suggestions. But I will try to give my answer for this. It is very highly probable that we can give such a derivation, kriyate vishayairiti, so that this transaction between the mind and sense organs, that it is happening in the hridayam, is one way to look at it when you look at the etymology. But if you look at Chakrapani very clearly, he says Tato manopi prayena hridyeva tishtati. Only prayena. Yata uparata kriya mano hridyeva tishtati. Tata dhyane yoge cha hridistameva mano bhavati. This is a point I was going to highlight very soon. That only the mind which has withdrawn from the senses. Because Indriya Sthanam is Shiras, according to Charaka also. Prana prana bhradam yatra shrita sarvendriyani cha yad uttamanga mangasya shiras tadabidhiyate. And Bhela also very clearly mentions Shiras talvandara gadam sarvendriya param mana tatrastham tadhi vishayan indriyanam rithadinga. Because Indriyas are here in the Shiras. What Chakrapani is proposing based on Charaka's concepts is that there is the Indriya Yukta Manaha and Atma Yukta Manaha. So Uparata Kriya Manaha Hridyeva Tishtati. Kriya Yukta
That is what.
Manaha.
Yes, sir. So reception part is alone, the mind is done in heart, and the knowledge part is it with the brain.
Yes, yes, correct. No, that way it is exactly. So I think we are talking about the same. We are talking about the same thing. So thank you very much for that clarification. That is the idea which Chakrapani is also highlighting, that the mind is, connected. So when we are physically active, I mean, sensory organs are active, our mind is more in the Shiras. But when we are doing dhyane yoge cha uparada kriyam manaha hridi tishtati. So when we are meditating, when we are withdrawing from the sense organs, it goes into the heart region. And of course, the reception means without Atman or consciousness, we don't become aware of anything. So the mind is just like a screen, where the objects are coming.
It's only a tool now, sir. Mind is only a tool actually. To act in the Chedana is compulsory, the Atma is compulsory. No doubt.
So I agree with that interpretation. So thank you very much for that clarification. I'm sure it would have helped others. So that was a good observation. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Yeah. Any other questions?
Sir, there are some questions in YouTube. So
please ask.
One is by Dr. Pavitra. Sir, she is actually a beginner in Ayurveda. So she's asking, as you are saying many things, we can understand these insights are coming from your experience in Samhita and as a Vaidya. Can you please tell me what a BAMS students can read?
This is a slow process. That is why Charaka, as I was telling, is giving you a roadmap. You move, step by step. So Charaka has also told us how to study the Samhita. Kridakshanatvam. First of all, make time for it. You make time for studying Samhita, and in the available time remaining, you do other things. Today, what we are doing is, we do all other things as first priority, and when we have some extra time, we are reading Samhita. That is not possible. If you want to go deeper, you must bring this habit of Kritakshanatvam. Create time whenever, try to finish other things quickly so that you have some extra time to engage with the text. Indra Ugratapaha, Tanmana, these two things are very important. You have to be in Ugratapas. Ugratapas means control of the mind and senses. There is nothing else. Tapas doesn't mean standing on 1 foot and closing your eyes and staying like that for many years. Probably you will freeze your muscles. Nothing much will happen. It is a dynamic process of gaining control of your mind so that your mind is focused on what is necessary. So finding time to read is very important, and how you read that. So one is Vakyasha, Vakyarthasha, Vakyartha Avayavasha. That has been mentioned very clearly in this chapter. It is going to come now. How to study the Samhita. Vakyasha, Vakyarthasha. That effort you have to put in. With the help of an expert, you slowly dig into the Samhita. And it is a thought process that you have to initiate. So for that, some Sanskrit is needed. When I was a student, I know it was very challenging, but I never used to read any English translation. Even today, even if it is very difficult, I will try to read some passages of commentary. It's very difficult. Even today, I can tell it is sometimes difficult. not easy to understand because we are not conversing so frequently in Sanskrit. It is not, always used. So I have to sometimes go to Shabdagalpadru, Vajaspatyam, other dictionaries. But that effort I have tried to continue, and that I think helps very much. Padacheda, looking at each padartha. Padarthoda padacheda, vakyartho vakyayojana. Aksheboda samadhanam vyakhyanam shadvidam manam. So after trying to break down the word padas, understand, do the vakyayojana, get an overall meaning, then question it, aksheba. Question in whatever way possible. If you look at the commentaries, these are all debates, discussions. And it is by getting the samadhana of the akshebas that you have created that your insight comes. So in order to ask a question, you must get some basic knowledge, is it not? So that period is a little, in the beginning stages, it looks a bit difficult. It is almost like, cutting open a coconut. It's not so easy in the beginning. But as you go deeper and deeper inside, the details will begin to emerge. So that kind of an engagement is needed for textbooks like Charaka Samhita. That is why Vagbhada became compassionate. Tasmad analpa bhalam alpa samudyamanam prityarthameda tudidam prathageva tandram. If you want to quickly become a clinician, then Ashtanga is the way. If you want to go deeper into the Samhitas, then, Charaka Samhita, then extra effort is needed. That is why Bharadwaja is highlighted there. Not everybody is able to do it, but everybody can. Somebody has to show the way. There will be that extra effort. After Bharadwaja, others learned it. Similarly, Agnivesha became the first person to learn. Agnivesha means who's able to change, enter fire, and do self-transformation. So that extra effort, if you take, then you will get this knowledge. So as a student, you don't need to worry about what you do not know. You have to start this process. If you follow methodically, read the text, break it, vakyartha, question. Agnivesha is a very great questioner. He questions Atraya very radically. Without those questions, you cannot get insights. So in that way, if you keep doing it over a period of time, you will reach a stage where you are asking the questions and you are yourself getting the answer. That is when you become a true learner. When you have to keep getting answers from outside, then it means you are still in a beginning stage. You ask the question and you yourself get the answer. That means you are maturing into a true seeker and a true learner. That is why that famous sloka, Chitram Vadataror Mule, Vrdha Shishya Guru Yuva, Gurostu Maunam Vyakhyanam, Shishyastu Chinna Samshya. The teacher is silent because the students are asking the questions. He has taught the students how to ask the questions and get the answers themselves. So it's a long journey, and I wish you good inspiration, commitment, and success. So I think there is another question. I can see a raised hand. I think it's Bhasuti ji.
Namaste, Ramji.
Namaste.
At the beginning, hi, this is Bhasuti. At the beginning, J.K. Sir talked about intellectual intimacy, which happens in Gurukul as a very important component for learning. And certainly you experienced that in the Gurukul program in Mangare, and I experienced it with Krishnakumarji, and many of us have had one-to-one intellectual intimacy. But the question that you just answered for this BAMS student who says, how can we learn? How do we help the students and ourselves to have that intellectual intimacy if they haven't had it? And how do they learn how to do that padacheda and the vakyartha when they actually don't have any role models? If they sit in a classroom in the BAMS, the way that I've seen it done in many of the schools. I think that's what the question was for that student. And certainly what you said is that very difficult looking up the words. I have finally started doing that some 2-3 years ago. And I get much, much deeper meanings. But then when I go to the professors to ask, the typical, scholar professors, they say, no, that is not what's in the translations. That's not the meaning. And it's only due to Ramadasji, who asked the first question, that we have actually learned the Tantra Yukti, that the answers come from inside. How do you connect that intellectual intimacy of confidence of looking inside for the answers for those BAMS students who really, at the age of 18, 20, 25, they don't have clinical experience. How do you gain that intellectual intimacy experience for them? Can you understand my question?
Yes, thank you. That's very relevant. In fact, I think perhaps you have spoken for the other student. This is indeed a challenge, and it's not very easy to answer this question. I'll try to, put things in perspective. The Charaka Samhita also very clearly tells how you must study, because the 8th chapter of Vimanasthanam, which is Roga Bhishakjadiyam, begins by saying Buddhiman Atmana Karya Guru Lakhavam Samyak Viditva Shastrameva Anubandham and all that. Shastrameva Adida Pariksheda. So when you want to study Ayurveda, you have to look at many, many factors. There is a clear method of process. What I suggested to the student was a process of self-learning, given all the limitations today, which I followed. Of course, we were lucky to have great teachers who, kindled the spark, and in that powerful atmosphere of Mangarai, that was a great, great advantage for us. But when we don't have such a conducive learning environment, we have to do more of self-effort. And there is this verse in one of the commentaries of Chakrapani itself, Apradushtena bhavena vishuddhena andaratmana shishyena samyak prishtasya gurur buddhi prakashate. So in our own tradition, we have always said that we shouldn't be blaming that there is no guru, because the rule in nature is that when you really become a seeker, the guru comes, or nature itself becomes the guru. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Reva Jagat Sarvam. So if we complain that we do not have an ideal teacher, it's also me being very judgmental. I don't want to be judgmental. I don't want to say that we don't have such great gurus now, because what Charaka says is, Kritsno hi loko buddhimadam acharya. The whole world is the teacher for the wise. Shatrucha buddhimadam. So that buddhi means to become a seeker. That is why I try to explain that if you really become a seeker, you will even meet a person who will take you to the next level. So in today's difficult circumstances, if you look at all the limitations, if you get into confrontations, it's only going to be depressing, and you might even lose yourself. But if you can become a powerful seeker, apradushtena bhavena, if you really have the desire to know, Ayurveda is the knowledge of nature itself. Brahma, Prajapati, Ashwini, they all represent nature, the deep knowledge that is embedded in nature itself. It is from nature that we have to get the knowledge of Ayurveda. It needs facilitation, but the only guarantee is your own sincerity. Nobody can prevent you from getting this knowledge if you really become a seeker. Apradushtena bhavena, when that apradushta bhava, that complete vishuddhena andaratmana, bring that shuddhi inside, that you just want this knowledge, no ill will to anybody, you're open. Sishyena samyak prishtasya, when the student asks questions in that way, gurur buddhi prakashate, even the intelligence of the teacher will illumine only when the student asks the right question. That is the spirit of Charaka Samhita. So becoming a true seeker with that purity of intention, and just ignoring, let us not worry about what is not there. Let us capitalize on what is there. I think definitely we can make this higher journey. So that is what I would like to tell our students today. We may not have, I don't want to belittle any of the teachers of Ayurveda today, but we may all agree that we do not have great masters like Athreya or great students like Agnivesha today in our times. Due to so many reasons, this tradition, lost that momentum, and it is in a process of rediscovering itself. And it is through us, the seekers, that this knowledge can, reinstate itself. So let us focus on purity of intent, on that what you can call the Tivra tapas, that strong quest for this knowledge. In my own experience, this has helped me to learn from so many people. I am learning even from my students. New treatments, new procedures, the whole world opens up before you as a teacher. So I think that is the spirit that we should follow. So the text clearly tells us, is very objective. First, study the Shastra which you want to choose. There are so many Shastra. Vividhani hi Shastrani Bishajam Prajarandi Loge. If you think Charaka Samhita is not what will suit your mind frame, you can choose another Shastra. You can start with Ashtangadhyam. It's your choice. After that, Acharyam Pariksheda, you can also examine a teacher. You can choose under whom you want to study. That much freedom is there. You are not forced. Today, if you have to study in a college, that's one thing. For a license, for a degree, just consider it that way, that you're doing that. But don't prevent the current system. I'm sure we will come out of all this in gradual process. To now, the National Commission has been established. CCIM is history. And looking at some of the people in these offices, I have much hope that things may change even in the institutions. So while that happens, let us not be limited by these things. Let us become true seekers, look beyond. You can do an Acharya Pariksha and then, choose from whom you want to learn. The other thing is mandatory in the college. Let that not interfere. That's what I tell people. You do that. Go write your exams, finish it. Don't drag it so that, your energy is wasted unnecessarily in conflicts with these systems. You have to go through that very quickly, come out. In spite of being in a college where we had amazing teachers, many of us, even after finishing the course, I spent many years moving around with a camera, interviewing, learning from so many clinicians in Kerala. There were many traditional physicians at that time. So I think the only solution is to become a true seeker, as the text says. And if you do that, then I think nobody can prevent us from gaining insights. You raise the question, you reach a stage where the question comes from inside and the answer is presented before you. Krishno hi loko buddhimatam acharya. Acharya sarva cheshtasu lokeva hi dhimatam. As Acharya says, we must anyway begin to look at the whole world as our teacher.
Thank you for such a wonderful answer and for touching it back to the Hridaya. Thank you.
Namaste. So I think then maybe we can take 5 minutes break and come back at exactly 11. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. Let's have a short break.
Yeah, okay. We'll start again.
Okay.
So, namaste. Shall we continue?
Yes, sir. Welcome back to the program, sir.
Okay. So now we will try to go deep into this chapter. This is also very profound. We can only scratch at the surface, but I'd like to highlight some important insights that we get. So I'd like to just share a screen which I was stuck to see, that Arthe Dasha Mahamulyam, one way of looking at it anatomically. I was just looking at an image of the heart and the great vessels. If you look at modern descriptions, they talk about 4 great vessels, 5 great vessels, whereas in Ayurveda, it is 10 great vessels. So this image I came across, and when I counted, it was exactly 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 great vessels. The ascending aorta, pulmonary veins, pulmonary artery, superior vena cava, arc of aorta, the pulmonary trunk, pulmonary artery, the pulmonary veins, descending aorta, and the inferior vena cava. So this, in fact, does make it 10. So that's the concept here. Yeah, I can see some messages in the chat. Thank you for the feedback, Vasudhiji. So yeah, this is just an additional point. I'm just stopping it. I'm not giving any slide presentations. Yeah. So what's interesting here in this verse is that Pratishtartham hi bhavanam esham hridaya mishyate. So it does not mean that Shadangam and all this are located exactly in the heart. Chakrapani clearly clarifies this. Tena Shadangadinam hridayashridatvam na adhara adhaya bhavena. It is not like the mind or Shadangas are, physically or directly located in the heart. It only means that Tarhi tad anvaya vyatiregena anuvidhayitveneti darsidam bhavati hridayashridatvam hridaye prakritisthe Shadangadi bhavanam prakritisthatvam hridayobakhade tadubakhadeti. So when hridayam is in the prakrita avastha of functioning, then only all other, the Shadangam, Jnanam, Vijnanam, Manas, everything functions. It is in that sense. So this is a very clear description to tell that they never meant that the brain, functions can be attributed to the heart. But today we know there is also a discussion on the heart-brain. There are many interesting findings. I don't want to use these findings as the basis for Ayurvedic descriptions, but there are just some overlaps that are happening. Because modern science also keeps revising the findings, the connection between oxytocin and the heart. Oxytocin, when you embrace, when you are in your, what you call in your heart feeling, your oxytocin increases. So the heart becoming the love symbol is part of all cultures. So these things do have some connection. There is also the concept now that there are many neurons in the heart, and that there is heart also has, it is kind of a small brain. We have now the brain, the gut brain, the heart brain. And I think in the future, we will also have the skin brain, because these are all the vata sthanas. And all these vata sthanas where the mind, which is always moving all over the body, wherever there is Vedana, there is the Manas. So it can have multiple centers in the body. This idea is not new to Ayurveda. So Ayurveda did not in that way want to locate the mind. So if you ask where is the mind in Ayurveda, wherever there is Vedana is possible, or that sparsham, that is what is mentioned. Yadhi tat sparsha vijnanam dhari tat tatra samsridam. So knowledge happens through sparsha, when there is a contact between a stimulus and there is a response. That sparsham is the basis of telling there is the mind. So we said the mind is everywhere. Vedananam adhishtanam mano dehascha sendriya. So in all the places in the body where the sensation is possible, we say that there is the presence of the mind. So to locate the mind, because the nervous system is also spread all over the body, the nerve endings are there everywhere. So all that becomes the pathway where the mind, is present. So the heart is important, and this in Madhatyam, this concept of the relationship between Manas and Hridayam is so clearly explained. So in Madhatya Chikitsa and Chikitsasthana, this is discussed. So we find some concepts in Charaka Samhita in the most unexpected places. So Chikitsasthana sometimes gives you very fundamental. So Charaka is waiting for the context to tell that meaning. That is why Vagbhada says, "Te artha pratyayana." How can I present an idea in a very powerful way? So Charaka waits for a context, and in that context, he will suddenly mention a very profound idea. So you cannot read this text very casually, whereas Vagbhada presents it in a more structured way. So there he says, Hridayam is the sthanam of Rasadhatu. Rasadhatu is the sthanam of Ojas. Ojas actually invigorates the mind. So that is how, when the heart is affected, the rasa is affected. When rasa is affected, Ojas is affected. And when Ojas is affected, the manas is also affected. That is how the heart connects to the mind. So if you look at it this way, we can even explain it through the circulation. Unless the heart ensures Vyanena Rasadhaturhi Vichhe Bojida Karmana. Ojas is the basis for even mentation. Even for your mind to function, Ojas is necessary. So the function of food is Sattu Murjayati. Food feeds into your prana, that is Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, that connection. From food only we generate the energy that sustains prana, that amplifies the pranic energy that is there, in a very feeble way. Vishesha Jivitam Prane. When there is prana, there is life. Udano Bala Uchite. Only when that prana is amplified as Udana, you get strength, or you can stand up and do function. And where does that energy come from? That energy to amplify prana comes from the food. Only when food is tasya ashida yadahara balam varnasya vardade. How can that food convert into balam? By proper transformation, by proper lifestyle. So that is what is discussed here. So you can see that the heart here in this chapter, Charaka mentions it as the seat of Ojas, because it is through Ojas that we can connect the physical to the mental. Ojas is the connecting link between the physical body and the mind. Because Ojas, it is when Ojas burns, you can see any mental activity will exhaust your Ojas. Ojakshiye, the kopakshud, dhyana shoga shramadibhi. Your Ojas will burn away when you are angry, when you are emotionally disturbed, when you are thinking too much. So not only for physical activity, for all mental activity, Ojas is necessary. And it is Hridayam that is continuously supplying this Ojas to every part of the body. I don't know if you have noticed this. The Hridayam as the seat of Atman. The Hridayam is like Vagbhada tells this so beautifully. Hridayam eva Hridayam etat. This book is also like Hridayam, just like the physical heart. Sarvayurveda Vangmaya Prayodhe. Just like the essence of all the food that you eat is collected in the heart, even so, I have collected the essence of the entire teaching of Ayurveda in my book. That's why I'm calling it as Hridayam. And what is the purpose of collecting? Heart collects all the nutrition, not for itself. It is collecting it to distribute to the whole body. That is why Vagbhada says, Kritva yat shubhamaptam, shubhamastu param tado jagada. After having done this exercise, I am going to get some punya, but let a millionfold punya be given to the world. I may get only a fraction of it, but let it go to the world a millionfold. This is the spirit of Hridayam. That is why Hridayam became important. Ayurveda is a very ethical science. It is Bhudanukamba. It is self-giving. And the heart is the best organ which silently is continuously engaged in that yajna of, self-giving. In some way, hridayam harate diyate iti. The heart, dhanaya hriyate yat tad hridayam. That which receives to give. That is another way in which you can define hridayam. These are all, using your imagination, you can extend the meaning. These are all not so explicitly mentioned. Sanskrit is a very suggestive language. The more you think about the words, the more suggestions and meaning will come. You can say that which takes, that which gives, and that which regulates. But I would like to put it also in a more philosophical sense, that which takes to give. That is the spirit of the Hridaya. And even anatomically, we can see this feature in the heart. Long ago, I read in the brochure of hospital, a cardiology specialized hospital, an allopathic hospital, but they had put it so nicely. They said, see, look at the heart. The heart is, a heart attack is penury amidst plenty. When you're suffering heart attack, the heart muscles are suffocating for a drop of blood. But at that time, the entire chambers of the heart is filled with blood. But it is not able to take it because the supply to the heart is through these narrow coronary arteries. And if the blood doesn't pass, so the heart is structured in such a, if there was a way where that blood could be directly taken by the heart muscle from the chamber, there wouldn't be any heart attack at all. So that is the irony of a heart failure, that the heart is full of blood when it suffers an infarct. So in this hospital brochure I had read, this is maybe 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago I read it, but it struck me a lot that, the opening of the coronary artery is in the aorta in such a way that when the heart is pumping the blood, the opening of the coronary arteries are closed by the wall. So when the heart is pumping actively, the coronary artery doesn't receive the blood supply. But when the heart relaxes and there is a backflow of the blood, that is when it enters into the coronary artery and supplies the heart. So this is the concept in Bhagavad Gita of Yajna Shishtam. The heart takes what remains after what is distributed to the body. That is why it is Hridayam, that which is taken to give, that which is not taking for itself. So even the anatomy of the heart is, highlighting this truth. And that is why this heart is called as Mahat and Artham. It is not just a physical organ. It is, conveying a much more deeper and philosophical truth. Everything is dependent on the body, is dependent on the heart, because it is the true giver. It is supplying the Ojas itself. So it's not just Rasadhatu here. Heart is described as an organ that supplies Tatparasya Ojasasthanam. So you can see the next verse. Now it is not possible to go verse by verse, word by word. So we will just give an overview. Tena mulena mahata mahamula matadasha ojo vahaha. So this is a very, very important concept in Arthedasha Mahamulyam, that the dhamanis are said to carry ojas. Why that has been mentioned as ojas? Of course, Rasatmagam Vahanti Oja, that concept has also come later, that Rasa itself, because Rasa is the basis of Ojas. So when you say, but Charaka here wants to highlight that it is the Ojas that actually connects the heart with the entire functioning. That is why the heart becomes, Mahat and Artham. Because this entire psychophysical entity, for it to survive, we need to get this Ojas from the food. And that is, now I don't know whether you agree that there is a particular logic why Charaka has put Annapana Chatushka just before Dasha Pranayataniyam and Arthe Dasha Mahamulya, because he wants to show that this Annapana that you eat has to get transformed correctly, should reach into the heart, and it should nourish the Dasha Pranayatanas, and that Para Ojas should get established in your heart if your consciousness is to survive. Because this consciousness is manifested, your Chaitanyam is manifested through Sharirendriya Sattvatma Samyoga. You cannot tell you are an Atma, so I am always conscious. Somebody comes and stops your heart, your consciousness will stop. It is the heart that allows Chaitanya-anuvritti pratyam. Chaitanya-anuvritti is possible because of Hridayam, because of Rasadhatu. And that is why the word Rasa also. Rasa means joy, the joy of existence, the joy of life. Rasadhatu does not just mean that it is the sara of the ahara that you have taken. It is Rasadhatu that burns. Osho nama rasa. Sosyam dhiyate yatta doshadhi. So through a burning transformation, that rasa is expressing your consciousness. So this is a very beautiful, synthesis of the physical and the non-physical. In Ayurveda, we don't say that, we don't make a claim that without the body, the mind exists. I mean, they all coexist. They are all different aspects, of one continuum. So this dissecting the mind from the body, from rasa, that kind of an approach we don't find in Ayurveda. We would easily agree that if you change the quality of rasa dhatu, so this madhyam, that is how it affects. Dashabhir dasha sankshobhya te cheto nayati vikriyam. So when the dvandva gunas, ushna shidadi gunas, if you just make a change in that configuration by taking some dravyas, then dashabhir dasha sankshobhya, it will have an impact on your ojas. Cheto nayati vikriyam, your mind will become modified. Your tamas or rajas in your mind will become activated just by the food that you eat, just by the medicine that you eat. So how can you say that your physical body cannot affect your mind? It is one continuum. So in Ayurveda, we have said it is like taptajya ghadayo riva. When you pour hot ghee into a iron vessel, the iron vessel will get heated. If you heat the iron vessel which contains cold ghee, the ghee will also get heated. So both influence each other. So there is no question. You can influence the mind with your body, and you can influence the body also with your mind. Both are possible. But unless you elevate your mind to a certain level, you cannot have control over your body. So they are just two aspects of the same continuum. In the beginning, the mind is fully under the control of the body. And as you evolve, and that is one of the goals of Ayurveda also. That is why we need to understand Chitta Prakriti, Manasa Prakriti. When you elevate your mind from a tamasic to rajasic to a sattvic state, and when you put the mind to that higher level, that is brahmacharyam. Liberating the mind from the prison of your body, so that now the mind can control the body. That is the purpose of brahmacharya. That is why dharmyam yashasyam ayushyam lokadvaya rasayanam anumodamahe brahmacharyam ekanta nirmalam. So one of the goals of health in Ayurveda is also elevating your mind to a state where you are in control. The body is under the control of the mind. And the mind is established in the cell. That is why in Charaka, yoge mokshe cha sarvasam vedananam avartanam mokshe nivrittir nishesha yogo moksha pravartaka. So that concept. So as you evolve in your physical health, you must also elevate your mental health. Everything in Ayurveda is based on that concept. Brahme muhurta uttishtet. Why should you wake up in Brahma muhurta? Not just for physical health. It is to awaken your sattva guna so that your mind dominates, so that you're not a slave of your body. So that is the whole concept, and that is why he says here, Tena mulena mahata mahamula mata dasha ojovaha shariresmin vidham myante samantada. So it is the ojas that the heart is distributing, and it is that ojas which maintains your consciousness, it maintains your mind, it maintains everything in the body. You cannot move, no action, no cell can perform any function without ojas. And the heart is the seat of ojas. So we begin to see here in Charaka Samhita this presentation of, very clear presentation of the heart as the seat of ojas, and that which connects the physical and the mental planes of human existence. And that is why he uses Gopanasina Makara. So that was mentioned a little earlier. So then there are some other important points here which I want to say, is how deeply the understanding of the mind-body connection was mentioned. Chintyam Mano Vishaya. So there is a a lot of discussion by Chakrapani. So he says, Yadya tadapi atmasthatvam manaso hridayasthatvam eva. So the mind, although it is active in the shiras, this is like the office of the mind, the home of the mind is the heart. So the more you can bring your mind into your heart, into your own consciousness, the more you can improve the quality of your awareness, the quality of your life. And here Chakrapani gives some very interesting concepts. I don't know, today there are two interesting findings from modern science. One is called cellular memory. I don't know how many of you have heard of it. How many of you have heard of cellular memory? That is, people who have been given a heart transplant. Yes, Dr. Lakshmi, Dr. Bhaswati ji. Yes. So some of these ideas in Ayurveda. Yes, mind can definitely be transformed. That is the whole idea. While physical prakriti you can only manage, your mind can be transformed. That is very clearly mentioned. Rajastamobhyam nirmuktaha tapotnya. By tapas, that is possible. That is the message of Ayurveda. Manage your body, transform your mind. If you are a Vata Prakriti, you may not be able to change that completely. But with a compensatory dinacharya, ahara, you can manage your Vata Prakriti and use that management to elevate your mind to a sattvic state. A sattvic Vata Prakriti will be very powerful. The positive effects of Vata can be brought out. So the whole idea in Ayurveda is transformation of the manas from tamas to rajas to sattva. When we are born, we are tamasic. When we are in adolescent age, we are rajasic. But if we don't put an effort to elevate, that momentum of rajas should take us to the state of tattva. Otherwise, we'll come back to rajas and then become tamasic in our old age. That is what is happening. In old age, we must become sattvic. The mind can win over the body. You can watch the body crumble away. So liberate your mind before your body crumbles. That is the message of Ayurveda. It's not simply preserving your physical body and dying. What is the purpose? The purpose of the body is karma sadhanam. It is dharma sadhana. Through the karma, chittasya shuddhaye karma. What is the purpose of karma? Is chitta shuddhi. So Charaka Samhita in Purusha Vijayam Sadhinam, he clearly tells that with the body, by doing the right karma, your chitta shuddhi will happen. And when that chitta shuddhi happens, sattva guna dominates, and then you become liberated. That is the goal of Ayurveda. So all the ahara, vihara, whatever is required, it gives you the whole roadmap. Whatever disease you are in, and even if you are going to die, Charaka Samhita tells, don't worry, Shukra Shonin, the Yoni Vyapa Chikilsa is there. We'll make sure a new vehicle is available, which is healthy, so that, you can continue your journey in another life. Narasayaya punaragamaya. So that total vision of life is given in Ayurveda. And so here what is interesting is, evam jnana sukha dukkani cha hridayasthanyeva lakshyande tatha ati chindana tatha dukkhaveshad va hridayameva pidyade. Today we know that cellular memory, people who have been given heart transplants, they sometimes have the memories of the person whom that heart belonged to. There has also been the bizarre story of a person who received a heart transplant. He fell in love with the wife of the person who had given, whose heart he received, and that person had committed suicide. And after some years, this person who received the heart transplant also committed suicide in a similar way. So these are frightening stories about cellular memory. This is still, being explored, but it is documented. You can go to PubMed and you get some, articles and scientific discussions on what is called a cellular memory. Another important phenomenon is what Chakrapani here has mentioned so many thousands of years ago. Evam jnana sukha dukkani cha hridayasthanyeva lakshyande tatha hi adichindana tatha dukkhaveshad hridayameva pidyade nanyatangam. When you have a profound sorrow or when you have a profound emotional outburst, it is the heart that is affected, not any other organ. I don't know how many of you have heard of Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. Somehow I'm not able to type anything. I don't know what is the problem. Anyway, have you all heard of this Takotsubo cardiomyopathy? I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. This is a finding from Japan. Takotsubo is like a pot in Japan. So what they found is that when they did the X-rays and imaging of the heart of people who had lost a near or dear one, they found that the heart changes its shape into that very resembling the Takotsubo, or a pot, a earthen pot used in Japan. So because of that resemblance, Takotsubo cardiomyopathy. So a profound emotion has an immediate impact on your heart, and this is reversible. But if it becomes very profound, it can lead to heart failure and death also. So a lot of people, we don't do X-rays of our chest when we are afflicted by sorrow, so we don't see the changes that happens to the shape of our heart when we are affected by profound sorrow. And what is interesting is that it has also been found that when you become extremely happy, very, very strongly happy, that can also lead to your death. That is why the Bhagavad Gita says, Harsham Harsha Bhayodvegai Yukto Yaha Sacha Me Priya. Neyamsa Nitya Sanyasi Yona Dveshti Na Kankshati. So getting hyper excited or hyper happy is also as dangerous as becoming hyper depressed. So both these emotions affect your heart. Your heart can stop if you do not have emotional control. So this physical effect of cellular memory and also this cardiomyopathy, which comes due to, or it's otherwise called as simply the broken heart syndrome. I think that's a much simpler term to use, the broken heart syndrome. And it's very fascinating to see that these clues, Chakrapani is extremely rational and logical when he tries to explain that. I'm not saying that the mind is in the heart. What I'm saying is that for the function of the mind, the heart, the functioning of the heart, its normal functioning is essential. And there is a link between the heart and the mind. And whatever happens to the mind, it impacts the heart more than any other organ. So these passages here are very, very interesting. Plus, there is also this idea in Ayurveda of upatapa, upakhada, and apikhada, or bheda. This is very helpful when we look at different organs. If there is a stress to an organ, we call it as upatapam, indriyopatapam. Of course, Charaka does not mention it here, but I think it's a useful classification. When we look at marmas, how much is the marma stressed? If it is upatapa, it is only a stress, you can come out of it. It's like you say you have an angina. There is no infarction so far. So you can even prevent, you bring your heart completely to normal health. When you are obese, when you have a stress on your heart, it's an upatapa. If there is a minor injury out of which you can recover, but it may lead to some limitation, then we call it as upakhada. But if there is a major injury, a massive, cardiac arrest or myocardial infarction, then it would be called as bheda. Bheda and marana mrichati. So this distinction, clinical distinction, has very clearly been made here. So the heart, considered to be the the seat of Ojas, is extremely important. This is like saying that the Ojas should be present in the circulation, at a minimal quantity should always be there, which is called as para Ojas. If that declines, then life cannot be sustained. I am looking at para Ojas. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah. So Dr. Vasudiji has given an explanation. You can read that. So there is a lot of discussion. I can only give some pointers where you must read. Chakrapani gives very interesting discussions and debates on Ashtabindu Ojas. I am thinking of this as a very symbolic thing. It's not that there are 8 drops. What Chakrapani says is that this distinction between para and apara ojas, we can consider that, that critical level of ojas, it's so important for the body to sustain life, that if that level reduces, then it's no longer possible to sustain life. The para ojas it's almost like, when you say you are on a reserve petrol, there will always be in the vehicles, you have this concept of a reserve petrol, which even when the main supply is stopped, you can get back into the reserve petrol and it sustains you for some more time. So this distinction between para and apara ojas and the need to preserve ojas, this is extremely important. And what is highlighted here is that is the reason of saying Annapana Vidhi just before this, that the food that you eat should get converted to ojas. Otherwise, life cannot be sustained. It is not enough that you have nutritious food. The whole focus of Ayurveda is on how to convert the food that you eat into ojas and not into ama. And the more it converts into ojas, the more powerful your physical function becomes, the more the quality of your consciousness improves. Depression, all these things are related to ojas. Ojas is one of the best bets to get a sattvic state of mind. The more you develop ojas in your system, not only your physical system becomes stronger, it has been proved that 2 to 3 days of fasting, upavasa, brings you to yourself. It reboots your whole immune system, but it also reactivates your mind. It opens up your mind and puts it into a sattvic state. So there you are not actually fasting the body. The real purpose of Lankhana is to make sure, how long should you do Lankhanam? Prana virodhina chainam lankhanenopavadayet. It should be prana virodhi. Balam yatnena palayan. The whole purpose of Lankhana is to make sure that the transformation continues, that the production of ojas is re-established. It is not to starve the body, but to get that second level of nourishment. The first level of nourishment is what you put into your stomach. The second level of nourishment is what is made out of what is put into your stomach by your entire system, the Sapta Dhatus. And only when the entire Dhatu Paka completes, ojas is produced. So that completion of the Dhatu Paka, which results in ojas, that ojas, when it comes into the heart, that sustains life. So that is the idea that is conveyed here. So that is why heart is said to be. So yen ojasa vartayandi prinita sarvadehina yadhride sarvabhudanam jivitam navatishtate. So now Charaka's attention goes from the heart to the ojas itself. The heart becomes mahat and artham because it is the sthana of ojas. No, I don't think in burnout it is completely lost, because this para ojas loss is equated to death. You cannot survive anymore. So it is very, very critical. So a burnout could be a condition in which substantial, ojas reserve is lost, but still not, the para ojas is not affected. From what we see in the descriptions, yasya nashattu nashosti dhari yad hridayashridam yat sharira rasasneha prana yatra pradishtida tatphala bahuda vata bhalandi mahabhala. So the whole function of heart, so the heart and digestive system are interlinked. In Ayurveda, gulma creates heart disease. We are not considering them as separate, because depending on how digestion happens, how we have created the digested rasadhatu, and how that rasadhatu can transform into ojas, that is the whole focus of attention here. Because if the heart is not pumping ojas, if it is just pumping rasadhatu, then we will not sustain. The quality of our life is affected. That is why yen ojasa vartayandi. What is the purpose of this heart? It is to distribute ojas to the rest of the body. Yen ojasa vartayandi prinida sarvadehina yadhride sarvabhudanam jivitam navatishtate. So just like the honeybees are collecting the honey from the flowers, You know, the entire body, whatever food goes in, it is connecting the ojas from it. Ojas to tejo dhadunam, shukrandanam. It is that fuel with which the flame of life burns. And heart is supplying that ojas to the rest of the body. And that is why Charaka wants to emphasize ojas. Yat saramado garbhasya yattad garbharasadrasa samvartamanam hridayam samavishadi yatpura yasya nashattu nashosti dhari yad hridayashranam yat sharira rasa sneha prana yatra pradishtita. So it is based on that ojas that the prana exists. Without that continuous supply of ojas, prana cannot hold on to this body. And here it is clearly mentioned that, you know, in 3 stages, Garbhadau Shukra Shonida Sari Rupadaya. Ojas is there in the Shukra Shonida Sari. What in this verse is being pointed out is that Ojas sustains life in all stages. Even at the time of conception, there is Ojas is provided, that energy is provided in the Shukra and Shonita. And Kalalavasthayam Rasasara Rupadaya. In the process of the embryonic life, this ojas is provided by the rasa of the mother. So the ojas comes packaged with Shukra and Shonita from the parents. And once it unites and gets embedded in the uterus, then from the mother, the ojas is supplied. So it's just like saying we have backup batteries everywhere. Without, once that source is lost, prana stops, everything goes. Sudden ojakshaya means death, immediate death. That is why balam yatnena palayan, whenever you are doing treatment, baladhishtanam arogyam arogyartham kriyakrama, that point is highlighted, prana virodhina chainam. So everywhere that threat is there, that ojas, that critical mass of ojas should always be preserved. And in the 3rd stage, it is through the heart that the ojas is supplied. So in the beginning of conception, Shukra Shonida provides ojas. During embryonic life, the mother provides the ojas. So the mother becomes very weak. You know, the child is sucking all the ojas from the mother. The mother is now manufacturing ojas for 2 living beings. So once the Dauhridatvam comes, and then when you are samavishadi hamvartamanam hridayam, so when the circulation of that baby or that child gets activated, then from that point, the heart becomes the center for distributing ojas. And yasya nashattu nashosti. And with this ojas, even if your brain has to function, ojas is needed. That is why hridayam was given more importance than the brain as a supplier of this ojas. Giving, taking to give. That's that point of self-sacrifice, which is yajna. The heart is the one organ in the body. This is engaged in this continuous yajna of self-giving. Yeah, so I think it is very difficult to create one biochemical equivalent. In my understanding, ojas is said to be, our definitions are very clear. It is an endpoint of the whole metabolism, a state in which its only function is to burn and provide energy. So you can look for such biomolecules. There are many such biomolecules, which I don't want to tell that because, you know, I have not done adequate studies comparing the two, but I made some wild guesses. There are these neurochemicals of happiness. Many products in the body which ensure that, you know, there is a surge of energy, there is a state of mind. In fact, we are harvesting all these biochemicals. When we run, we have, you know, endocannabinoids. The endocannabinoids, and when you have ojas, you have a bliss on your face. In Manohar Chikitsa, we don't try to counsel the patient because we say ojas has come down. Tathasya shuddha dehasya prasadan labhade man. Our goal is reduce the, remove the malas from the body, activate digestion, bring some ojas into that person, then his mental disposition will change. Even if you are angry with some person, if you are able to sleep very well, next day morning, your body gets more ojas. And when you have abundance of ojas, you cannot become irritable. You cannot become disturbed. So ojas creates that inner state of happiness. So there are many chemicals that the body produces, endocannabinoids. This is a very interesting story. And some scientists discovered that there were endocannabinoid receptors in the body. They didn't know whether the body is producing a molecule that would fit into this receptor. It was an Israeli scientist who discovered this. He anticipated that there would be many people were, hunting for this molecule. He came to Aurobindo Ashram. And when he was in the Aurobindo Ashram, he got a vision that he would be the person who will find this molecule, and it would be an amide. And inspired by the Indian thinking and philosophy, he named that molecule Anandamide even before it was discovered. So Ananda in Sanskrit meaning bliss. So, and it so happened that 4 years later, he himself became the discoverer of this molecule. And that is one molecule in chemistry which is known in a Sanskrit name as Anandamide. It's an endocannabinoid. So you can see that there are so many such endpoints in the process of digestion and metabolism. And for that you need to have a good lifestyle. You need to keep some goal-oriented behavior. Then you reward molecule, serotonin, which is in the stomach, 95%, which makes you happy. So there you can see a whole network of chemicals that the body is continuously producing, which ensures that you have enough energy and you have in a state of calmness and mental steadiness. So all of this could be correlating to the Ayurvedic concept of Ojas. By definition, Ojas is something which is an endpoint of Dhatupak, which doesn't lead to any further nourishment. So it is sometimes called as a mala. The acharyas were themselves confused as to what to call it. Should it be a mala? Should it be a dhatu, or should it be an upadhatu? They were not able to conclude. It is not a dhatu because it is not a poshaka anymore. It just burns and sustains life. There is nothing more to nourish. But it is a point where you cannot have another byproduct that just burns and sustains life. So that is the technical definition. So in my opinion, this idea of the bees collecting the honey from multiple flowers, it cannot be one single substance. It could be a network of chemicals that are produced when digestion and metabolism is optimal, and that which supports optimal energy utilization, creates a happy and balanced state of the mind. So many of these molecules, they have been called as energy molecule, happiness molecule, reward molecule. Then we have anti-anxiety molecule. When you practice yoga, the GABA is a chemical that gets activated and that reduces your anxiety. All these things are functions of Ojas. So when you have anxiety, Ojas comes down. When you overcome anxiety, Ojas goes up. So I think it's a network of chemicals. And these are some clues, but I didn't have enough time to study the chemistry of all this in detail. So if I make some guesses, that would be very, very premature. So I hope that helps. Yeah. So let's continue. There's still a lot of things to discuss. So we will have to go through. So this is about the Ojas. And then there's a very beautiful description. Smana Dhamanya, Sravanat Srotamsi, Saranat Siraha. So this is a very nice description, and Charaka just makes us think about it a lot. He distinguishes between Dhamani, Srotamsi, and Siraha. And you see the order. The Dhamani is coming first, then Srotamsi, and then the Siraha. So for this reason, a lot of people have suggested that this represents the whole arterial network. I don't know, I would leave it for you to think about it. Because the artery comes first, then the capillaries, and then the veins. So Dhamana, the pulsating, that which, pulsates, that is the Dhamani. That is the definition, the Nirukti. Sravanat. Sravanat means Rasadereva Poshasya Sravanat. It is just, oozing out. So this is what happens at the level of capillaries actually. But we don't know whether they had made such a clear distinction, but this definition is very interesting. And Sarana means Deshantara Gamanat, that is passively moving from one place to the other. Saranat Siraha. But the problem is that in other places, the vessels, when they are described in such distinction and clarity, it is not described, except in this chapter of Charaka Samhita, we don't find such a clear etymological and technical definition of Dhamani, Srotas and Sira. Dhamani first, Srotas next, and Sira. Perhaps after reading modern anatomy, we are able to see some deeper meanings in it. Please think about it. I don't want to also come to any conclusion. I'm very much compelled to think Dhvanad, Puranad, Vahyena Rasadine Ityartha. So it shows an active pushing, pulling, that when the artery or the Dhamani, which now has been translated as artery, see the definition, Dhvanad, Puranad, that which gets filled with something, actively. So that's what happens in an artery. Whereas in Sarana, that which is moving very passively. Saranad, Deshandara Gamanad. Sravanad is oozing. So please think about this. So Tanmahat Ta Mahamulas Tat Chauja Parirachada Pariharya Visheshena Manaso Dukha Hedava. So this is the way heart has been positioned here as the link between the physical, the psychic, and the spiritual, because it provides that basic link. The brain does not do that. The brain is like a computer. It's a manas, it's a seat, official seat of the manas and the indriyas. It is a pranasthana. So the brain is the pranasthana and hridayam is the ojasthana. So ojas supports the prana. That is why the heart arterial network, it is very impoverished. The heart takes only but the brain is very glucose savvy. It is sucking the glucose in your body continuously. It is very selfish. It has a much more efficient, blood supply system. And there is also a blood-brain barrier. It is very privileged. It is like a king, whereas the heart is like a servant. No rest, continuous toiling. But Ayurveda decided to give importance to the heart because of this reason. Because it supplies ojas through which even the prana, all the functions of the brain is sustained only when this is ojas reaches here. Now the heart is pumping directly and the ventricle pumps against gravity. You are pushing it with such effort, it is being pushed to your head, to the kapasthana. It is due to the capillary action. Kapha is on top, because the maximum activity of prana is happening in the head. And so it is said, Pariharya Visheshena Manaso Dukha. The best way to have heart health is to avoid factors that cause dukkha of your manas. Hridyam yat syad, yad aujasyam, srodasam yat prasadanam, tat sevyam prayatnena prashamo jnanamevacha. So here is a sutra form, the principle of cardiovascular disease. Artha Chintakas, or cardiac specialists of those days, came to the conclusion that how can you preserve this life, this heart, which will continuously supply the ojas through which your life is sustained. Hridyam yat. You have to use things that are hridyam, good for the heart. So this includes all the foods, the activities that you do which are supporting cardiovascular health. That is called as hridyam. So you need that function, that heart organ needs to function properly. But that is not enough. Hridyam yad syad yad aujasyam. You must, for cardiovascular health to be maintained well, this is not there in modern cardiology. What is ojasyam should also be adopted. You must ensure that ojas production is not affected. And then you can see that whenever you do lankara, it is good for the heart, reducing weight. So how does that happen? Srodasam yat prasadanam. So whatever, you should keep your srotasas clean, no clogging of the channels, no atherosclerosis. Everything here, it is beyond atherosclerosis actually. Srodamsi, Halu, Parinama Mapadyamananam Dhadunam Abhivahini Bhavandi Ayanarthena. So one after the other, the logical sequence it is mentioned. Make sure that heart musculature, it is functioning properly. Do things which are hridyam, that will ensure the functioning of that muscles. But the second thing is ensure that Ojas is there so that the function of heart finds fulfillment. So when the Ojas is there, the mind is pleased, and when the mind is pleased, the heart function is also. So there is such an intimate link between the mind and the heart. And Sutraasthana of Vishodhanam does not just mean removing atherosclerosis. It means allowing the Paka, because Srotas represents here Abhivahini, Parinama Mapadhyamananam Dhatunam Abhivahini. So when you say Srota Shuddhi is there, it means Dhatu Parinama should happen without hindrance. So when there is a Sroto Rotha, then it means Dhatu Parinama is affected. There is a blockage in Dhatu Parinama. So Srotasamya Tattat Sevyam Prayatnena. So these should be followed with great effort. Prashamo Jnaname Vacha. And at the same time, making your mind calm, peaceful, and becoming aware, strengthening your mind with knowledge. That is the way for cardiovascular health. So it's a very comprehensive sutra for cardiovascular health. So with this, the discussion on Arthedasha Mahamulyam, the meaning of this chapter has completed. So at this point of time, I would like to ask if you have any questions. And I hope this discussion made some sense. I'd like to get some feedback. And then we will try to conclude in the next little time the remaining sections in this chapter. I can only try to give an overview because I wanted to focus today on the concept of Arthedasha Mahamulyam, why this chapter is named so, and how this chapter gives us a very fresh and another way of looking at the heart and cardiovascular function. Any questions?
You can unmute yourself and ask, sir.
Sir Manohar, sir, one more doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Ojastu tejo dhadunam shukrandhanam param smridam. Here, param tejaha shukrandhanam dhadunam. When you say that, it can be the powerful dhatu agni of each dhatu, because tejaha ityasya agni rityartaha. Tejas can be considered as agni. Then shukrandhanam dhadunam iti rasasrang mamsa medosti majja shukrani dhadavaha, 7 dhatus. Their highest powerful dhatu agni can be taken as tejas. In that sense, the conversion of each dhatu will be very strong. The Shuddha Bhaga will be the very clean product because the Dhatu Agni is in the highest part. Because Shukrandhanam Dhadunam Iti Vakshe Kevalam, we don't have to take it as only Shukra. It can be Prati Dhatu, according to that sentence. So Tejas is generally considered as Agni Bhaga of the Panchamahabhutas. So if you are taking Agneya of the 7 dhatus are in the real powerful condition to convert the dhatu in a clear form, automatically Agni is the factor over there. Can we take in that sense Tejas, Ojas as the purest dhatu Agni which can convert the dhatus in its complete format?
Yes, I mean, definitely we can think. My problem is that Ojas is said to be a product. There is even a discussion whether it is a dhatu or upadhatu or a mana. Agni cannot be that. So it is definitely different from Agni. It is an outcome of Paka. It is not that which does the Paka itself. That is very clear because Snehokshiptok Vishamojo Dhadunam Kramasho Malaha. It has clearly been mentioned as Mala. Then it has been mentioned as whether it is an upadhatu or a dhatu. So that questions are there. True, it has a Taijasa aspect to it because it is extremely refined. So Shuddham Somatmagam Ishal Lohita Pitagam. So that Agni, it is actually Agni Somiyan. That is very clearly described in the Ojas, description of Ojas. Ishal Lohita Pitagam. Ishal Lohita Pitagam is the color of fire. Yellowish red flame, the color of the flame. But it is also said Shuddham, Somatmagam, Snigdham.
Sir, it is because if Agni is completely without Soma, it will burn down everything. See, unless until there is a Somatmaga part, that is what Soma Atmaga only they told. They did not tell Soma. Soma Atmagam. See, if that cool part is not there with Agni, it will burn down everything.
No, that is true. But it is, we cannot call it, I don't know, I cannot agree that it can be called Agni because Agni is something different. Agni produces Ojas actually. And it is Tejas, what we are telling is that it has reached such a stage where it is very combustible, so that you can almost say that it is like Tejas. Doesn't mean that it is Agni itself.
Okay.
So it is the most refined essence of food. And it is circulating in the body. The Hridayam is said to be the substratum for circulating it. Rasatmagam vahanti oja. Slaishmika ojas. This is the concept of ojas. Slaishma itself is ojas. So it is the purest form of snigdhada in the body. Purest form of snigdhada such that it is very combustible. It doesn't need any effort to burn. And it burns without producing any byproducts. Because when you burn something, the problem is that there will be some byproducts. You burn something,
yes, sir.
Some smoke.
Even
something.
Smoke can be. It can be smoke can be, sir. That's why I asked that. There is no smoke, there is no impurity at all. The purest Dhatwagni, that which produces the Dhatu. Such a level, whatever it is. Yes, sir.
I would still call it as the purest fuel, which can be burnt by our Agni without producing even smoke. So it is the most efficient fuel. Because the food that we eat when we digest, thula malasa. So that is what the text says.
Yeah.
You digest it again, and then some more waste comes. Digest, till you reach a point where when you digest it further, no further waste is produced. That substance is called as Ojas. So definition of Ojas is very clear. Since it is burning without producing any further waste or any further byproduct, we are calling it like it is the basis of all the dhatus. I am able to understand what you say, but my only difference of opinion is not to equate it with Agni. Rest everything I am agree that it is extremely Agneya in nature, but at the same time, Saumya also. That is why it is able to circulate. It has it is moving in the heart. It's circulating all over the body.
Yes, sir. One more doubt can I add with that one? As they told Hridayastha, actually that part, that Agneya part is present in Rasa and Rakta Dhatu, and that which distributed to all over the body for the conversion of other Dhatus, probably. Because that is why Hridayastham it is being told. Because Rakta with the Rasa is the combination where from the pumping for the whole body is being happening.
Yeah,
so in that, yes, sir.
No,
as it is Rasa, as Rasa is there, automatically Snigdha Bhava must be there.
True. So, Rasatmakam Vahanti Ojas, Laishmika Ojas, this requires another discussion. I'm not going into that. Why Rasa Dhatu is also as synonymous to Ojas. In Prameha also, Rasa Chautara. It is clearly mentioned. Discussing here that what we are talking about as Ojas is not just that. Because all of these contribute, because Rasa Dhatu, unless food gets transformed into Rasa Dhatu, you cannot produce Ojas. That Rasa Dhatu is further transformation.
Yes, sir. That is why Hridaya, that may be the reason Hridaya is told. They did not tell that as Koshta or Yagruth or anything. It comes up to Hridaya. Then only actually the Ojas is being produced. There the food is being transferred to Rakta level.
No, I don't think Ojas is produced in the heart, because here it is
not produced, sir. Not produced in the heart, sir. When it reaches heart only, it is being expressed.
It is distributed. That is the
it is distributed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Every nook and corner of the body only when it reaches the heart. So the heart in this chapter is considered to be the distribution point of Ojas. So the entire body is digesting the food and undergoing Dhatu Bhaga to produce the Ojas. And that Ojas is what sustains Prana, life. So the Dasha Pranayanas are there all over the body. But which
Yeah.
organ supplies this ojas to the rest of the body, the brain, everything? That is the heart. So unless you preserve the heart, yad hridyam, yad ojasyam, and unless you fill the heart with ojas, and unless you make sure the pathways, the srotases are open, the heart cannot carry this ojas to every nook and corner of the body. And when you have enough ojas, your mind will become prashama is possible. And when there is prashamam, then jnana is also possible. So ojas is necessary even to obtain jnana. There is a story in the Upanishad where the Acharya tells the students to fast and come, and they're not able to remember anything. So giving good ojasyam food, making the students also mentally calm and peaceful is essential. So I think the previous sloka makes this circle very clear. Hridyam. Then make the heart function properly. Don't do things which stresses the heart. Then fill it with ojas. Clear all the pathways so that ojas is available everywhere. And when that ojas burns, your mind will be calm and peaceful. And when mind is calm and prashama is possible, prashamo jnanamevacha. So I think that is how it concludes. But thank you for that discussion, because I think it helps definitely to think deeper. Ojas is a very difficult topic, and I wish we had more debates. But thank you very much for those. Yeah, there is a question. Just be compared to. Yeah, somebody wanted to say something.
Yeah, this is Bhaswati. Can I add something to this discussion?
Sure.
So I think of ojas as micelles of gold. Gold particles have been found just recently to be an absolutely necessary metal in the body. It's become part of the human metallome, and this was not known before. Putting it in a micelle of something like the lipid bilayers of the cells, I'm talking in biochemistry language now, which is like the ghee that we eat, and looking at the different functions of gold in the body as a catalyst, as a coenzyme, or even as something that circulates around. These 10 the ashta bindu, that 8 bindu in the heart of the para ojas could be 8 pieces of gold in a form. How many molecules is yet to be discovered, but I always think of it as gold. And I know you just started using Rasa Aushadhis in clinical practice in the last few weeks. I saw your Facebook post, so very good. Yeah. But as someone it was nice to read. But as someone that's using Rasa Aushadhis,
gold also. We are all having Swarna Prashan and Magaradhwajam.
Yeah, but if you have the Mahalakshmi Vilasras with the gold in it, it's been one of the best things I've used for my patients in COVID. And when I had COVID, I used the Mahalakshmi Vilasras with Suvarna in it. But when I look at, one of my teachers is 180 years old, and he is absolutely clear that you have to take in mercury to process. And we know that mercury and gold have a special relationship. And we absolutely know that the metallome is the thing that burns, but is preserved, right? Metals have a different way of burning than organic material. So if you go to each of the shlokas and you test the theory with gold, I'm still working on it. As you said, it's a difficult subject, but I'm working with this theory that it's 8 particles or pieces or however the matra will be of gold that we get from our mother or from in the womb. That 8 molecules is transferred, and the rest of the apara ojas is the stuff that goes up and down according to your strength and your food and your lifestyle and all. But those ashtabindu, that's what's being stored there. And if you look at the embryologic correlation of the thymus gland, which is where the immunity opens, the T cells, which are made in the thymus, and then that, of course, the thymus kind of disintegrates by the time we're 12, 13, 14 years old. That is the place where that is used. And if you look at HIV patients back 20 years ago, the ones that had the HIV, treatments, the ART treatment, antiretroviral treatments, some of them actually had such suppressed levels of T cells, completely almost to zero, that then something would happen that would rejuvenate their thymus. And they found this radiologically. First, they thought it was a tumor, and they realized it's a new organ that's rejuvenating up above the heart, and suddenly they had new T cells. And I just felt this was the catalyst. The gold sits there, it circulates, but it is kind of, you know, the home is the heart. So I just want to propose that theory because that's my working theory of Ojas. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those insights. While this is really worth exploring, I'd like to just give some feedback on the concept of Ojas itself. And I would be very, very cautious before correlating it with any substance. The importance of Suvarna, gold, and because, you know, in the Madhura Skandam, there are two things that are mentioned. One is, the first thing is Gardam and Hema. There is gold and ghee. They are almost considered to be very similar because they are Shuddha Sneha. So ghee is equally important for Ojas as Suvarna is. And while these are all Ojasya substances, Ojas itself, it would be very difficult to correlate it with one, because then Acharyas would have very clearly told it is Suvarna. They have mentioned Suvarna, Ghrida, all these as Ojasya. But Ojas itself is definitely the outcome of the food that we eat, the result of Dhatu Paka. If it was just to deposit some gold particles in the body, this description is not necessary. So to that extent, I fully agree with what you say, that Suvarna is a very, very important aspect of maintaining, you know, the expression of Ojas in the body. But equating that with Ojas as such, any single substance with Ojas as such, I would still be having a lot of reservations. Must think about it. But I really look forward to more of your findings. Please do share when you have more detailed information. Certainly worth exploring. At this point of time, I think of Ojas as something which comes out of the whole process of digestion. Tasya Ashida Vyadaharad. And it is a continuous process. It gets exhausted, and you need to preserve a basic reserve of that, a critical amount without which you cannot sustain. So it can get reduced, but if it reduces behind a critical level, the whole apparatus, the whole system breaks down. So Ojas is something you have to build again and again. It's something you can spend so easily. Ojakshiye the kopakshud dhyana shoga sramadibhi vibhedi durbalo bhikshnam dhyayate vidhidendriya duschaya durmana rutro bhavet shamascha takshaye. So this Ojakshaya is something which can happen just like that. If you have a sudden outsurge of, so that is what I would look at it. But the role of gold and Ojas is definitely sure. I have been very, very hesitant in using Rasa Shastra in my practice, probably because being in Kerala and in this tradition. And of course, during COVID, we all used it. Our sample size is very small. I don't want to make any claims of cure or anything, but we had very good experience. I mean, the symptoms disappeared very quickly, and even some herbal things helped, because the most frightening part for me with COVID was the loss of smell. It was mentally very depressing. And I had, when my mother got COVID, Dr. Ravindran had advised application of pomegranate peels in the nose. So I read about it, and I found there are a lot of studies which say that it prevents viral entry and all. Anyway, I took a chance. I made squeezed the peels of pomegranate and started applying in my nose. At that time, there was a slight dryness and heat also coming in. And on the fourth day, my smell returned. Others in my home took longer for the smell to return. And then my son, who got COVID the last, he was also very upset when he lost his smell. So then I asked him to use this, and on the fourth day, it came back. So I think it is a balance of herbal research, everything together, I mean, helps. So Ojas has to be a combination of all these things. It's a very complex chemistry, is how I would like to look at it. But thank you very much for your inputs and suggestions.
I wasn't clear. I was talking about the para ojas as the goal. The apara is, as you said, it's annapana, which makes it come up and down. So that is a separate part, the apara ojas. But the para ojas, the ashtabindu.
Even the para ojas, because this concept is not there in the classical Samhita. This is something which has come from the commentaries. This has also been discussed a lot by, so the Charaka only says parasya ojasa sthana. This ashtabindu thing is not correctly coming from the classical text. Of course, I mean, I fully agree that you should discuss, and I would be very much interested to look at it. But even I am just conveying my idea at this point of time, that even the para ojas I consider is to be not as something which is, maybe one particular entity, or I think it is still also a complex thing. But I think it's a good point to debate. I don't think we should come to a conclusion now. It's good to have two viewpoints, and you're approaching it from also modern scientific biochemistry studies. That would be very fascinating. Let's be open here. But I just wanted to tell my honest opinion here, because it will take time for me to think in a different way. I very much welcome your thought process here, and look forward to more of your findings. As you said, you are still working on it. So I would very much look forward to see what your findings are. If you would agree, allow me to disagree and keep my opinion at this point.
I don't think there's any disagreement or agreement. It's just inputting different ideas for all of us to digest.
No.
What's happening.
The only difficulty for me is in equating ojas with any particular thing, whether it is a metal or a particular chemical. I think it's a much more complex thing. That is the only idea that I have. So maybe when you explore biochemically, we may get a lot of clues, but I think we'll have to stitch a lot of these inputs together before we get a deeper understanding. Ojas is, difficult area, and we need a lot of clear thinking, clear discussion on the classical concept. What is it that they actually had in mind? Separate the layers from the classical text, later ideas that came. Some of them may be conjectural or hypothetical. So we need to really explore it, the classical concept very clearly, and then try to correlate it with modern, biochemical findings. And at this point of time, I don't have enough expertise in modern science to make such correlations. And even in Ayurveda, there's still some more exploration I think I need to do. There are still some gray areas to this course. So there was a question from Dr. Rajshri that we see few people who are tamasic prakriti and eat tamasic food, but still have no heart or serious problems. So, here, it did not, heart health. What Ayurveda is talking, there is a story of a couple who had no children, and when Shiva came, Shiva asked, what do you want? A dull child who lives for long, or a healthy child who lives only for 16 years? So that is, if you want to survive for long, being tamas is the best. In Kerala, in Malayalam, there is a saying, Velicham dukhamanunni tamasallo sukhapradam. Knowledge is actually problem. Tamas is better if you are ignorant. So what in English, of course, is said as ignorance is bliss. So, sometimes you can live for long without any conflict or problems if you are very tamasic. That does not mean that you can achieve the higher goals of life. So Charaka Samhita is all about, our tradition is all about how to burn, how to reach that higher state, how to reach the higher goals of life. And that is where Charaka is telling that if you put that effort, lifespan has no meaning. What is the purpose of living a long life without achieving a goal? So you can see many great people lived very short, but their life lives long because of the impact that they make. Adi Shankaracharya lived only 30 plus years. Swami Vivekananda lived only 30 plus years, but they lived a life that was abundant with ojas and sattva, and so their life is fulfilled. That fulfillment for us may take a long time. That is why we say we have to have a long life where we achieve all this. So in the middle period, when you come out of rajas and move to tamas, there is a lot of conflict, and that can produce a lot of stress. And unless you overcome that rajas and come to sattva, that quietness will not be there. So I think that people who suffer are those who are between tamas and sattva. And most of us are in that state. We are struggling to come out of tamas, but we have not reached the sattva. And then we hurt ourselves. But that is an inevitable process. And Shastra is there to facilitate this transformation of tamas to sattva without much problem. Because if we don't get the guidance and facilitation, we can hurt ourselves in this process of transformation from tamas to sattva. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, definitely, sir. Thank you, sir, for a clarification.
Yeah, so I think we have also covered our time. I'd like to ask the organizers, if there is some time, I can give just a quick snapshot of the remaining portion of this chapter and then bring it to a conclusion. So please tell me.
Any more questions?
How much time to conclude?
We can conclude when you are finished, sir. That's our time.
And maybe till people also are there. If everybody leaves, then I will have to stop.
Sir, we oftentimes go till 1:30 or 2 o'clock. No problem. Oftentimes, because are keeping us.
Yeah. Okay. So because I was told 3 hours, so that's why I was thinking about it.
Indian Standard Time.
Yeah,
Sir, we don't want to miss any chance of listening to you, sir. Please continue.
We will. So what I will do is the remaining portion is a further based on this idea of Ojas and Prana, that we have to fill our life. Our heart is the only source for this Ojas reaching every part of the body. Ensure that the heart does its function correctly, and then we can pursue the higher goals of life. That is why Arthe Dasha Mahamuliyam, when you preserve cardiovascular health in this way, when your body is producing enough Ojas and your heart is in a position to circulate it and the srotas are open, then the prashama and jnana is possible and you can achieve the higher goals of life. And there, in the next verse, Charaka is explaining, Atha kallu ekam pranavardhananam utkrishtatamam ekam balavardhananam ekam brahmananam ekam nandananam ekam harsharanam ekam ayananam iti. This is a very beautiful roadmap. As I told, Charaka, I think, is a master in creating roadmap for you in your life. So he says, what is the first thing? Pranavardhanam. Praneshana is the first thing. And what is pranavardhanam? Ahimsa pranavardhananam. So, you get what you give to nature. Atmavat satatam pashyed api kita pipilikam, Vagbada tells in Ashtangradayam. Even look at an ant. You can do himsa, but it should be only dharma himsa, not kama himsa. So ahimsa here means no kama himsa. Don't kill unnecessarily. It doesn't mean you cannot eat meat. If you have to do, if it is dharma himsa, it is allowed. So ahimsa praninam pranavardhananam utkrishtatamam. When that spirit of ahimsa is there in creation, everybody's life will flourish. It will mutually flourish. When you grow a plant in your home and you rejoice in the growth of that plant, you partake of that prana. Everything is transmitting prana. Every living being is transmitting prana. That is why even when you have a pet, you can feel that life force coming to you. I think in the West, people are better relationships with animals than humans. I mean, no offense intended, just to make some light moments. But sometimes, animals are able to give us that pranic connection. And so if you have that connection to the whole of creation, and when you are eating or killing something, you do that in the sense of yajna alone. So mamsa, madhya, and vyavaya. These are, according to Bhagavata, this is a common tendency. Loke vyavaya amisha madhya seva swabhavika nata tatra chodana. No, nobody needs a stimulation to eat meat or drink alcohol or to indulge in sex. It is instinctual. So only we have to see how to regulate it. So yajna, vivaha, and suragraha. These are the systems created in the world to regulate these instincts. So vivaha, to regulate that instinct of procreation, which is there subconsciously because life wants to propagate itself. That is why this urge for procreation is there. It has been let loose in humans so that we can control it. In animals, it is regulated by natural mechanisms. In humans, we have been given certain freedom so that we can control, because from freedom comes responsibility. And so living a responsible life is what is meant here. Tatra ahimsa praninam pranavardhananam. And once you ensure that prana, live and let live, I think that is one phrase in which we can summarize this. Live and let live. Then viryam balavardhananam, creating virya, bala. Once prana is there, then only bala. Visheshat jividam prane, udano bala uchyate. Then strengthen life by giving it bala, by giving it virya, by taking in substances which can produce that energy in your system. And then once you have this is the question that was also mentioned earlier about tamas. What is the purpose of having this prana and bala if you don't use that for a higher purpose? So he says, Charaka says here, vidya brahmananam, not aharo brahmananam. Once you have this physical energy, prana and bala, look for the higher goals of life. Vidya brahmananam, indriya jayo nandananam. What will make you rich is vidya, because vidya is for both mind and body. It is much more than, so food here is the knowledge is considered to be the food here. Indriya jayo nandananam. This is a very important concept. Happiness is not in the sense object, it is in our mind. Because if I get into contact with the sense object, at that time my mind thoughts are nullified. So thoughtless state of the mind, I am happy. That's all. So a sense object, what I desire to very much, that happiness lasts only for a moment when my mind is empty of thoughts. So going behind sense objects can only make you sad, because the happiness will be so. That is why indriya jayo nandanana. So hitashi syad, mitashi syad, kalabhoji, jidendriya. The jidendriyatvam is very, very important unless you have control over your senses, unless you understand that happiness is inside, not in the sense objects. You cannot really discover that state of happiness. Tattvava bodho harshananam. So this is the message in your life. Enrich yourself with knowledge. Amuse yourself with self-control. You know the story of Ashwamedha Yajna. Become a samrat. Become happy because you are not affected by anything outside. Nobody can bring pain in you. I want that car, I want this thing. And you are a slave. That is why in Ashwamedha Yajna, the horse is let free. And whichever king catches that horse, you will go and fight with that king and conquer that horse back again. And when nobody is there to take away the horse from you, then you are said to become a Chakravarti or Samrat. So this is symbolic. It means that the horse symbolizes your sense organs. You send it outside. And any sense object that captures it, you have to fight with that and free the horse. And when no sense object can hijack your horse or sense organs, then you become a Chakravarti. You are a king because nothing can affect you. So that is, and then Tattva Avabodha. Get to the principles, not just bookish knowledge or information. Tattva Avabodho Harshanana. You must get into the insight. And then Brahmacharyam Ayanana, because Brahmacharyam is for not only this life, but also for the Brahmacharya means moving in the path of expansion. It does not just mean, celibacy. I always think in this way that Brahmacharya does not mean is not against sexuality, but sexuality may go against Brahmacharya. So it is not just about celibacy. It is about fixing your goal in the path of Brahmajnanam, Brahma Padhe Charanam, that is Brahmacharya. So, and that goal is very important in our life. So Charaka is giving you the roadmap. After you become healthy, after you have all the energy, what will you do? Do things that will help you to evolve and reach that goal as soon as possible, because even health is not permanent. Even your bala, as Charangagara said, in every decade of life, one of these things will, Chaya will happen, and you will become, everything will go. Before it goes, once you achieve it, don't waste your time. Get Vidya, get Indriya Jaya, get Tattva Avabodha, follow Brahmacharya so that you reach the goal. So that is the concept here. Then comes this next concept of how to study Ayurveda. So this is the Tantra Sangraha. So till now the chapter is over. The topic of that chapter is finished. Now the Tantra Sangraha. This entire text of Charaka Samhita, how to study it, what does it deal with, all that is described in this section. And we will try to go through this, very quickly. So I think I would need half an hour more to conclude this. And do you think we need to have a short break?
Sir, as you wish, sir. We can take
Okay, so we just take a few minutes, maybe 5 minutes. It's good to, because we are starting another section, and in the next half hour, I will summarize the remaining part of this text, which is a super overview of the whole Samhita itself. Okay, so see you in a few minutes. Just drink some water and come back. So namaste. Can you hear me? So we'll start shortly once the video is completed. Okay. So the remaining section, as I was pointing out, is about the whole Tantra, and there are important points. We can only have a quick overview. So now Ayurveda vidas Tantrasthana Adhyaya Prasnanam Prithakttvena Vakyashu Vakyarthashu Arthavayavascha Pravattaru Mantavya. So if you want to say you have studied the Charaka Samhita, you have Shastra Jnana, then Charaka says you must be able to give the Vakyasha, Vakyarthasha and Arthavayavascha. All the three levels you must study. So this is something which we must put an effort. You must have a familiarity with the text that you are studying at these three levels. So Tantra Marsham Karsnena Yathamnayam Uchyamanam Vakyasho Bhavatyuktam. So you must have an access to the authentic source of the text. Today we are making critical editions. Some people in Vienna are working on a critical edition of Charaka Samhita. They have collected 131 more than 130, 40 manuscripts, and they find there are a lot of variations across these manuscripts, and they're trying to create a critical edition which is authentic. So Tantram Arsham. So some portions are missing, incomplete. So you must get the whole text as it is. So a lot of effort was taken in the tradition to preserve the text. So if you get an inauthentic edition, there will be errors and your thinking, everything will be affected. So Vakyasha means reading an authentic text, looking at all the Patha Bhedas, getting the Shuddha part of the text, all that is covered in that. Yathamnayam Uchyamanam Vakyasho Bhavatyuktam. And according to the tradition, Yathapatha Kramena Uchyamanam, there is a method of reading. So according to that traditional method, it has to be chanted. There is a saying that Sarva Shastra Vidavi Asambradaya with Sarva Shastra Vidavi Murkhavad Upekshaniya. If somebody who studies the Shastra, not according to the Sampradaya. Sampradaya means Samyak Pradiyadedi Sampradaya. When you are, there is a method of transmitting this knowledge, learning this. There is a sequence which you have to follow of the subjects, one topic after the other, how to read. This is what you learn from a guru. There was a question earlier about how this connection is made. And there is something that is conveyed from the teacher to the student. It is the experience of the teacher that is conveyed in silence, which is possible only if you stay with your teacher. I mean, it doesn't happen in the classroom setting. This was a question raised by Basujiji in the beginning, but now the context has come also to explain that when you say Yathamnayam. So when you are with a teacher, you observe a lot of things, you live that life. So unless you have such a teacher also, it doesn't make sense, because in the Upanishadic period it says, Yani asmagam sucharitani tani sevyani no itarani. The teacher was so humble that they would tell the student in the beginning that you are being shaped by the person whom you are living with. They are very thought, their actions, they are subtly influencing you. So your whole character is built by being in the presence of the master. And so many things that are conveyed silently without any discussions or descriptions, in moments of silence, contemplation, just being with that person, you learn a lot of things. Just like when you are in a childhood, we learn so many things without being taught, just being in that presence. We can today consider that also as an institution. When so many facilities, exposure is there, you learn a lot of things silently. But with a guru, it is also much deeper. The guru awakens our inner intelligence. The guru is able to identify where we have to be touched for our intelligence to awaken. So that kind of a personalized attention, if we are able to get, then that would be a great blessing, because a guru means gukaro andhagarasyad brukarasthan nirodhaka andhagara nirodhitvad gurirityabhidhyate. We know in the Guru Gita it is mentioned Atjnana Timiranthasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. So the Guru is a person who removes our andhyam, who brings that light of knowledge. So Guru is somebody who empowers us. So Guru is the person who really makes us the seeker, who awakens the Guru in us. It's not just somebody who gives knowledge. Guru awakens. So being in such a presence is also important. So I can only say that if you put the efforts, there are maybe even today there are people. I am still meeting amazing people in my life. I am learning many things from my own students who were supposedly, my students. They have all become great people over the period of time. So after a stage, it is our own self-effort and journey. We learn from each other. So there is no limit. So if you tune into that higher, awareness in your own being, then all this will be possible. So as much as possible, if you can learn from a traditional teacher, then there is many things in the oral tradition that has got lost, which I think will require a lot of effort to rediscover. So that is mentioned here. Yathamnaya muchyamanam. Buddhya samyag anupravishya arthatattvam vagbhir vyasa samasa praditnya heduha udaharana opanaya nigamana yukta abhis trivitha shishya buddhi gamya abhiruchyamanam vakyartha shobhavatyuktam. So this analysis, critical analysis, we are not expected to just blindly accept what is mentioned in the text. A whole process of analysis is very much encouraged. Because your own intelligence, Shastram Hyevam Vidham Vimala Ivadityas Tamo Vidhuya Pragashe Dishan. Shastram Jyoti Pragashartham. Darshanam Vipula Madi. What we learn is through our intellect. Shastra is only like a light. So that is what the old saying is. So the purpose of a guru is actually to open our intelligence. It is just to awaken our intelligence so that we can discover. The guru doesn't want to give anything directly. Today, teaching has become spoon feeding. That is a problem. We are expecting, what medicine can I give here? What medicine? In olden days, they just suggest, they make you get that insight from inside. Because you cannot always have a guru to whom you can ask. The moment you ask the question, the answer should come from within. And it is to that stage that the real guru is, training us. And unless you have that much of enthusiasm, interest, they will never even accept somebody as a disciple. Today, teachers have to run behind disciples. So the whole situation is different. So, samyak anupravishya arthatattvam bhir vyasa samasa. So you have to explain with praditnya hedu udaharana. It is like a evidence-based thing. For everything, you have to give a hypothesis, then show the reason, and then come to the conclusion saying, based on this particular statement can be verified. So everything needs to be verified. Charaka clearly says, after getting aptopadesha, you get jnana. But after you get jnana, you must do pariksha, pratyakshanumanabhyam pariksha. So you have to investigate using your own pratyaksha and anumana and verify what is there in the shastra. So vakyarthasya does not mean that you are simply giving an English translation of the text. It is internalizing it, verifying it at a practical level. And then in areas where there is difficulty, like the concept of Ojas, we can keep debating. There will be differences of opinion. And it may require a lot of analysis before we can get to the deeper understanding. That is called Vakya Arthasho Bhavati. So there you have to really try to understand what is the text trying to convey. What is the textual concept of a particular, terminology or a particular, principle that is described. And then try to correlate it with the actual practical experience. That is called Arthavevasho Bhavatyukta. then there are many questions. There are certain fundamental things that we have to understand. So from which Veda did Ayurveda come? What are its angas? Who should study this? For what should it be studied? All these basic questions are there, which is a preparation before you study. So these are very interesting. Out of the Vedas, how do we say that Ayurveda is connected to the Vedas? So we say Atharva Veda. Why Atharva Veda? Why not Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Sama Veda? I don't know if you are aware of this, that 3 Vedas make one set. It is called as Trayi. Have you heard of that? 3 Vedas make one set, Trayi. The other Veda is a 4th Veda, which is separate. And Ayurveda comes from Atharva Veda, not from the Trayi. Of course, there is also a view that Ayurveda came from Rig Veda. I'll come back to that. But for that, we need to understand what the Vedas represent. Rig, Sudau, Yajadani, and Sama is Jnana, Samikaroti. So the 3 Vedas actually represent 3 of our faculties: Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, and Kriya Shakti. Ichha Shakti is, our will, desire, our emotions. So that is represented by Rig Veda. And Karma Shakti is by Yajur Veda. And Jnana Shakti is by Sama Veda. Vedanam Sama Vedosmi. So Krishna will say, amongst the Vedas, I am Sama Veda, because Jnana, he's giving importance to Jnana. Tesham Jnani Nityayukto. So amongst the 4 people who come to me, I prefer that Jnani. So Sama Veda, he says, I am amongst the Vedas, I am Sama Veda. Because Sama Veda is the song of equality, the knowledge that helps us understand that all creation is one. So Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, and Kriya Shakti is, in other words, when these 3 things come together, that is what we call as Pratnya. So Prajnanam Brahma, when you have these 3 powers in harmony, you realize the highest truth. Dhi, Dhriti, Smriti. All these things are related, they're not exact, but they are. So when you say you are living a Vedic life, it means your Ichha is purified. Your intention is the basis. If you don't have the intention, you cannot know. And based on your intention, you use the knowledge also. Kriya, it comes based on that. You act. So, Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti, these 3 together modulate human action and human aspirations. And Vedas represent the highest state of efficiency to which you can bring these 3 powers. That is why they are called as Trayi. So when your Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti, Kriya Shakti is harmonious, your intention is pure, your knowledge is perfect, and then your action also becomes perfect. This is the perfect way to live. This way, humans have to do this consciously. Animals do their actions, it's a programming. Humans, we have to do this consciously. Kartum akartum anyathava kartum shakyate. We can make a mess of everything, or we can bring complete harmony in our lives. So Vedic life means we are taking that effort to purify our intentions, to get the correct knowledge, and then to act with awareness. So when you slip from this Trayi, then the problem begins. So Atharva means to forcefully bring you back. Na Tarvati iti Atharva. That is why it is called as the Prayaschitta Veda. Whenever you slip down from this Trayi, this Ichha, Jnana, Kriya, Shakti, imbalance happens, then disease, suffering, everything begins. Atharva Veda is there as the compensation, as the Prayaschitta Veda. And because disease is also a manifestation of this Prajna Bharatham, Ayurveda is said to begin from Atharva Veda, because it is a Veda of Prayaschitta. So the purpose of Ayurveda, that is why Ayurveda is also a Panchama Veda, that a real seeker of the knowledge of Ayurveda should know this, how Ayurveda is connected to the Veda. So Charaka is explaining that. So that is why, and in Ayurveda is like the Jnana Kanda of the Atharva Veda Upanishad. That is, Kashyapa Samhita mentions, Katham Ayurveda Prag Utpanna, Atharva Veda Upanishatsu Prag Utpanna. Ayurveda is emerged out of the Upanishads of Atharva. So just like the Upanishad came from is the Jnana Kanda of the Vedas, Ayurveda is like the Jnana Kanda of Atharva Veda. So this understanding is very important, and that is how Pratnya Bharatha or Raga Adi Roga and all this is mentioned, because Ayurveda aims to take us back. That is why it is still called as a Veda, because the ultimate purpose of Ayurveda is, after removing all the suffering and all that, bring back the Shuddhi of Ichha Shakti, Jnana Shakti and Kriya Shakti, so that we can go back to the Vedic way of life. Vedic way of life doesn't mean any religion or reading some books or chanting Veda mantras. They're very powerful. In fact, 1 or 2 Veda mantras, some suktas which really keep making you inspired, is the Aikamatya Suktam, Samgachatvam, Samvadhatvam, Samvo Manamsi Janadam. So such a beautiful vision of human unity, how we can all exist with one purpose, with one mind. And then Nasadiya Suktam, where skepticism is at its pinnacle. And then the Purusha Suktam, where we see the whole universe as a manifestation of one Purusha. So the Vedic vision is very profound. And Ayurveda is trying to elevate us to that state. So that connection is mentioned here. So we should know why Ayurveda is part of Atharva Veda. Then what is Ayush? We need to be very clear about the definition. Tatra Ayush Chetananuvrittir Jeevitam Anubandho Jari Dhari Chaitya Kortha. So that Chetananuvritti, that manifestation of consciousness, awareness, the Atman is able to express itself, the Shraddhaduga Purusha. Atmatnya Karaner Yogad. Without the body, the Atma cannot express itself. So this Shraddhaduga Purusha manifesting through the Samyoga of Sharirendriya Sattvatma, that is according to Ayurveda, Ayush. And Ayurveda Yaditi Ayurveda. And Ayurveda is telling us this insight into Ayush. Ayush is actually that which is going to undergo Chayam, that which is going to go away. It is a combination. It has come for a purpose. So if you don't understand why there is Ayush, we will not be able to make use of it. And Ayurveda is trying to tell you that purpose, that before your body disintegrate, liberate your mind. The body and mind are following 2 different trajectories. The body is going on a Trayam, the mind is going on an expansion. So with the body has to be used. You can squeeze your body to expand your mind. That is the goal of life. And when your mind is expanded, when the body crumbles, you can watch, you can be liberated. So this is the real purpose of Ayurveda. It tells us, use your body to liberate your mind. And so then we have to understand Sukha Sukhato Hita Hitata Pramana Pramanatascha Yascha Ayushyani Anayushyani Cha Dravya Guna Karmani Vedayadi Ityadopi Ayurveda. So Ayurveda is that which tells you what is Ayushyam and what is Anayushyam. Anything that supports life, Ayurveda recommends. Anything that is against life, Ayurveda will be against it. And Ayurveda also tells us how to make use of this life. That is why this concept of Hita Hitam. I'm not going into technical descriptions here. We are running through the remaining sections. Here, Hitam and Priyam, that is the distinction. If in a life you are not able to distinguish between what is Priyam and Hitam, if you go behind what gives you immediate pleasure, then you are going to destroy not only your life, but also the life of people around you. And Sukham Ayuhu is when you are able to achieve long-term Sukham, the outcome of your actions. If it is leading to long-term Dukkham, then you create Dukkhamayu, and when you create Dukkhamayu for yourself, you're creating it for others also. So we have to harvest a life that is Hitam and Sukham, for which what is Priyam, Apriyam, what is Hitam and Ahitam, we need to discriminate. And Ayurveda is giving you that discrimination. That is why in the definition of Ayurveda, Hita Hitam Sukham Dukkham Ayus, that Hita Hitam distinguish Hitam, Chikitsa, one of the synonyms of Chikitsa itself is Hitam. Hitam means that which gives you good long-term outcomes. So that understanding is what Ayurveda gives. It's not just a medicine for a particular disease. The Ayurvedic prescription is Hitam. Pathyam. Pathyam means that which enables, Patha is path, road. That which will not create any blockage in your future journey. That is what Pathyam means. Pathyam does not mean restricting yourself and avoiding all the things that you like most. So Ayurveda would become a very sadistic science then. Pathyam pathona pedam yat yachabi manasa priyam. Both are important. Pathyam doesn't mean you self-torture yourself. When you look at it in that way, that, you know, I have a whole pathway in front of me. My life has to continue till I reach that goal. And Pathyam is that which will facilitate that. That which tells you what is Hitam, so that your long-term outcomes are Sukham and not Dukkha. So that perspective is so beautifully explained here. And so Ayurveda tells you Dravya Guna Karmas, which are Hitam, which enables long-term Sukham, which enables you to avoid Dukkham. So that is what this whole textbook is about. So tatra ayuruktam sulakshanado yadhavadi hai purvadhyaye cha tatra sharira manasabhyam rogabhyam anabhidrudasya visheshena yavvanavada samarthan nugada bala veera yasha paurusha parakramasya jnana vijnana indriyartha bala samudaya vartamanasya paramardhi ruchira vividhobhagasya samruddha sarvarambasya yatheshtacharina sukhamayur uchyate. So that freedom, when you are able to move about in whatever, being blessed with all the resources in the long run, this is what we would expect in our life. To build a life that is sukham, which is a free life, but a life lived with responsibility. Hita means punarbhudanam paraswadu paratasya satyavadina shamabarasya parikshagarino apramadasya tirvargam. So in a hitamayu, you are becoming not only Hita for yourself, but also for the rest of creation. So this is balanced here. I'm not going more into this. The whole idea is, at the end he says, Lokam imam chamum cha avekshamanasya. That is the most important thing. Ayurveda tells that it is not enough for the immediate long vision. Most of the problems in today's world, even vaccination, all this debate, I mean, I'm not denying all this, but they are all short-lived. There is no long-term vision. Imam Chamutra. Today, modern science is still stuck in a myopic vision. They're not able to think beyond, you know, what can we do immediately to handle the pandemic that is needed. But it should also be supplemented with a long-term vision. What do we learn from this? Is this kind of vaccination, which is not so well planned, can it create problems? Can it, you know, how will it affect the immunity in the long run? How will it, you know, affect the manifestation of new mutants? And many things have to be discussed. We have to have a very long-term perspective also. That kind of balance we don't see today. And Charaka says, Hitamayu is there where imam lokam amum lokam cha vekshamanasya smriti mati mato hitamayu ruchyate. So then there is the pramanam of ayus. Of course, we say Shatayurvai Purushaha, Jivema Sharada Shatam, and we saw the illustrious PK Warrior Sir, you know, in the middle of this pandemic achieving that. That was a very powerful message and a great inspiration when the whole world is being affected by untimely deaths. We have this great Acharya of Ayurveda crossing the 100-year milestone. So Ayusha Pramanam, but on that other hand, Charaka says Ayu Pramanam is different. With Ayurveda, we make some projections. How long will a person live? What is the expected lifespan? Today, we are also calculating life expectancy. So Ayurveda is also talking about that in the population, what you see, you must see the expected life, what is the life expectancy and how you can, you know, enhance it through intervention, to what extent it is possible. So that is also the subject matter of Ayurveda. And in this way, the prayojanam of Ayurveda is swastasya swasthya rakshana madhurasya vigara prashamanancha. So the point here is that swastadura parayanatam is mentioned. These are some of the foundational concepts that an Ayurvedic physician, we must be very clear about. What is the connection between Ayurveda and yoga? What is in Ayurveda, why Hita Hitam is given importance? And, you know, what do we mean by Ayu Pramana? Ayurveda is trying to prevent Akala Mrityu. Ato Mrityu Ravaryasya. We cannot prevent, you know, Akala Mrityu, but Akala Mrityu should be avoided. That is the whole effort here. It is not against death. It is only against untimely death. So like the Mrityunjaya mantra, just like the fruit becomes ripe and falls from the vine in a timely manner, let me embrace death, you know, in that way. That is what the Mrityunjaya mantra also mentions. Now, another important aspect is Shashvatam Ayurvedam. So I'm not going into reading this, there is no time, but one or two key points. Anyatra avabodhopadeshabhyam Shashvata. Anyatra avabodhopadesham, which means that when we say Ayurveda is Shashwatam, it doesn't mean what is written in Charaka Samhita is Shashwatam. Chakravartin also clarifies it. Na Shabdarupasya Ayurvedasya Shashwatatvam. Whatever is articulated as sound or whatever it is written down, that is not the Shashwata Ayurveda. Artharupasya Ayurvedasya Shashwatam. Ayurveda is Shashwata only in terms of the principles of nature. Don't, because Charaka Samhita may have had some errors, scribal errors, don't try to keep defending it, saying it is Shashwata. Ayurveda is Shashwata in nature. Bhava Subhava Samsiddha Lakshanatvad. Anaditvad. Bhava Subhava Nityatvad. Because the properties of nature, it doesn't change. That is the only reason why. So this is very, Avabodha Upadesha is not Shashwata. My understanding of Ayurveda is not Shashwata, Avabodha. It is only an Avabodha. What if I give an Upadesha, it is also not Shashwata. It will undergo Traya. Agnivesha's Upadesha didn't survive. It has been modified by Charaka. It was lost. So we don't claim bookish knowledge to be the ultimate Ayurveda. And here I am trying to also say, in my humble opinion, we can recover a lot of lost Ayurvedic knowledge. We don't have to swear just by Charaka Samhita. The problem is, in ancient times, there was more freedom to change the writings of the text. New texts were created, debated. Today, we have fossilized Ayurveda. Now, this Charaka Samhita today is fossilized. We don't want to modify anything. So we keep it parallel. Now that the growth of Ayurveda is gone. Because the growth of Ayurveda has to happen in our mind. In nature, it will never be lost. In our minds, there is avabodha or there is vismarana. That is why Brahma Smritva, the whole effort is to bring that to our awareness. The textbooks, Charaka Samhita, even today is a powerful tool for us to rediscover the knowledge of Ayurveda. It doesn't contain everything that is there within the scope of Ayurveda. It's only a tool. So you can still use that tool, but what you get will be more than what is there in the text. That is what Charaka says. Anuktartha grahanaya. There is more. Dishanaya shesham api swaya moheda buddhiman. So when you say Shashwatattvam, let us not make this confusion. There is no Shashwatattvam for Shabdarupa Ayurveda. Artharupa Ayurveda is Shashwata. Our Upadeshas are incomplete. Our Avabodha is incomplete. And it is a lifelong effort to keep enriching it and making it complete. So that is the point we learn from here. And then, of course, there are Ashtangas. The Ashtangatvam of Ayurveda is like this. Kaya, Bala, and Jara. They are the three stages of the body. So Bala is young stage, Kaya is adult, Jara is in the old age. So the body in three stages. Then comes this Shalakya, the Urdhvanga, Uttamanga. So Charaka, even though he says Artha Disa Mahamulyam and all that, he does give in Ashtangatvam, the importance has been given to the Shiras because it is Indriya Sthanam, it is a Sthanam of Manas. So Shalakya is described the physical basis for the mind. Then Graha Chikitsa, which is the mind itself. So body and mind is covered. This is the Ayurvedic idea of Ashtangat. And then the external threats from the external world. Shatram and Visham, two ways in which externally you can be affected. Internally, you have to protect Balya in Yauvana and Vardhakya. And then you have to protect your special senses and these structures and preserve the mind, functions of the mind. Then you are fully functional from inside. But the external world has threats. So that is Visha and Shastra. So now internally and externally you have protected yourself. Now the next thing is to procreate, create, because you will die. I mean, that threat of death you cannot avoid. So create, continue the seed of life. So Vajikarana is there. So this is the logic of Ashtanga. So that is described here. And then who should study this? So Tatra, depending on the Trigunas in your mind, if you are a very sattvic person, that is what Brahmana means. Sattva-pradhanam. And then you can do this for Anugrahartham Praninam Brahmanai. Arakshartham Rajanya, to protect, to bless the creation, giving free knowledge, teaching, that is Brahmana. A Kshatriya can be a health administrator. A Vaishya can do that for his own welfare, to make this a profession, make it as a profession. So if you are practicing Ayurveda as a profession, you are engaging in a Vaishyavritti. If you are a health administrator, you are doing in Kshatravritti. If you are teaching, professor, learning and not making a profit out of this knowledge, then you are in a Brahmana Vritti. But for promotion of health, Charaka clearly says anybody can learn it. Samanyato va dharmarthagama parigrahartham sarve. So everybody can study Ayurveda. So all that is also a very important thing. Who should study Ayurveda? Bhagavad also clarifies. Ayukamaya manena dharmartha sukha sadhanam. So according to your mental inclination or disposition, you may use this knowledge in different ways. That is only difference that happens. So only the varnas are mentioned. Jati is not mentioned. Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and everybody can read it, study it. But depending on your mental disposition, we may use it in different ways. So then we need, there is a test. How do you know really whether you know this Samhita? So Tantram, Tantrartham, Sthanam, Sthanartham, Adhyayam, Adhyayartham, Prasnam, Prasnartham, Prishtena Chedad Vaktavyam, Asheshena Vakyasho, Vakyarthasho, Arthavayavaschedi. So actually this Charaka Samhita is a set of questions. That is why Pricha. What is there in the Tantra? The Tantrartha is there. How is the Tantrartha explained? Through sthanas. In the sthana, there are the sthanarthas. The sthanarthas are arranged in the adhyayas. The adhyayas give you the adhyayarthas. And inside the adhyayas, what are there? Burning questions. Agniveshas ask questions. And that is the answer there. So you must be able to answer questions. It's not a blind understanding of the Shastra that is intended here. So that is very much explained here. Tatra Ayurveda Shakha Vidya Sutram Jnanam Shastram Lakshanam Tantramithya Anarthandaram. So in some places, Ayurveda is called Lakshanacharya Shishyanam. Shastra is also called Lakshana. Lakshana because it gives clear definitions of everything. So this is defining. So as you can see here, this is the chapter which gives you an overview of the whole Samhita. Tandrartha punas swalakshaneir upadishta sachartha prakaraneir vibhavyamano bhuya eva sharira vritti hedu vyadhi karma karya gala kartrikarana vidhi vinishchaya dasha prakaranaha. So there is a format for giving this knowledge. Sharira vritti, hetu. So what is this knowledge is organized in such a way that everything is based on a clear understanding of the body, Sharira. Then how it is maintained and preserved, and what are the causes that produce vyadhis. It should be in this logical structure. So when you study the Shastra, if you don't get this understanding, there is no point in reading the Samhita. So you must know how the body functions, how you can maintain it, what are the causes that disturb this, what causes the vyadhi, and then what are the karma that you can do, the chikitsa you can do to reverse this vyadhi, and what is the outcome, what outcome you will get out of this treatment. Will you be able to completely cure? So these are the questions that you have to ask when you are studying the Shastra. And in which kala, what is the context, the avastha of the disease or the season, when should this treatment be done to get that desired result, and who is the person who will do it, and what are the instruments to do. All these things should be very clearly grasped, otherwise you cannot become a chikitsa. So Charaka is becoming very, very, very specific here. Tani cha prakaranani kevalena upadikshande tantrena. So this tantra, if you studied it carefully, this much you will understand. A treatment protocol means what is the normal physiology, how that is maintained, how various factors disturb it and produce disease. Once you have disease, what treatment you can do, and what is the outcome of that treatment, which timing should it be given, who should do it, who is qualified to give that treatment, and what instruments and paraphernalia is necessary to execute this treatment. Only when you have all these things together, you can claim that you know how to manage a disease. So here the next slokas are about the various chapters, and it's giving an overview of the whole Samhita. Slokasthanam, because most of the things are mentioned in Sloka and Sangraha. That only I am going to discuss here. Shlogartha sangraharthascha slogasthanam adasmridam. Chatushkanam maharthanam sthanesmin sangraha krita. So the 4 chatushkas are described here in the beginning. I tried to explain the connections. And the slokartha, it is mostly in the form of slokas. Then the sangrahartha is also given in sloka forms at the end. So because of this, it is called as also slokasthanam. Then we have Nidanasthanam, then we have Vimanasthanam, Sharirasthanam, Indriyasthanam, Chikitsa, Kalpa, Siddhisthanam. So I'm not going into those details. That up to verse number 68, that entire structure is given. Of course, this is not to be skipped, but we don't have time. It is possible to analyze the title of each and every chapter, each and every sthana, how the chapter has been arranged. We get a lot of insights. That itself will take one sthana to analyze the sequence of chapters, the title, what it means, up to the end itself is a very engaging exercise. So I'm not even attempting to do that. Prichha Tandrad. So Shastra, study of Shastra means through proper questioning. Yatham Naya, based on the conventions, based on the Shastric conventions, engaging in questions and answering it is the clear way in which we can get insights. Pratnyartho yuktimanstasya tandrinevartha nischaya. The thing is, Shastra Sahitat Sarka, that is what Charaka is saying. Satadadhyanam vada paradandravalokanam tadvidya acharya sevacha buddhimedha garogana. It is mentioned. So that expansion of the mati is to be continuously engaged in. So this process of questioning according to the method of Shastra, getting the meaning, that is something which we have to do. Because if we don't question, we don't get the essence, and then we are lost. So questioning is for us, it is to receive the knowledge, it is to awakening our thinking. So question is like a spade. You dig it, you have to use it to dig. Don't, attack the teacher with the spade. The purpose of the teacher is to sharpen your spade, not digging we have to do ourselves. So through prashna only the digging will happen. So the Shastra is trying to make you ask questions so that you have the spade. And the Acharya is there to, prepare that spade, make it sharp enough so that you can do digging. Don't expect all the answers to come from the Acharya. Acharya will only help you to dig more efficiently so that you find the answers yourself. So that is the whole process here. Then we are coming to the Shastra Rakshana. So as an Ayurveda person who has studied, we have to do Shastra Rakshana. So in the Vedas, everything, there are Itihasa Puranabhyam Vedam Samubha Brahmayed Vibhetya Alpashrutad Vedo Mamayam Praharedidi. People who do not have good knowledge of the Shastra, they will give wrong Vyakhyanas, wrong interpretations, and it is like beating the Shastra. So there are a lot of people, Sandhi Pallavigotpada, Sanshobham Janayandiye, Vartaganam Avivotpada, Sakaseva Vibhavida, Tasmat Tan Purva Sanjalpe, Sarvatra Akashtamadise. So if anybody makes wrong claims, wrong statements of the Shastra, we have to defend the Shastra, clean up the Shastra, tell what it is. If a misconception about the Shastra is spreading, we have to definitely oppose it. And for that, we need good grounding in the Shastra. There are many Western scholars who are adept in Sanskrit. They are giving a lot of wrong interpretations of Ayurveda. But the problem is we don't have that much scholarship. They are reading the commentaries, everything. And if you sit with some of them, you cannot even argue. Our knowledge is so superficial. So we need to also have a good depth of the Shastra to defend the Shastra. That is one function that Charaka says here. So Pashunam Daurbalyat Kaschin Madhye Vrigayade Sa Satyam Vrigam Asadya Prakritim Bhajade Pashu. So when you study the Shastra and when you go out, you should have a presence that all imposters will just disappear in your presence. That much power of the Shastra. So why Vak Sauštave Artha Vijnane? This has been emphasized. And Ayurveda Vaidya should have Vak Sauštava also. You should be able to powerfully defend the Shastra. Your Artha Vijnana, you should have such in-depth reading of the Shastra. You may ask for practice, it is not necessary. Maybe don't need it. But if your Shastra is not protected, you will reach a stage where you are not able to practice peacefully. That is what is happening today. There are good practitioners, but they cannot defend themselves. Who will do the defense of the Shastra? We are being attacked from all sides. They are being portrayed as quacks. Everybody is telling wrong things about Ayurveda. Who will defend? I can see people like Basudiji are writing a lot of things. There is a lot of defense initiated, very much appreciated. I'm seeing these posts. This is necessary, but we need also to amplify this, escalate this. As a community, we need to powerfully put forth the concepts of Ayurveda, Vak Saushtavam, Artha Vijnanam. So the Tantra should be studied in such depth for Shastra Rakshanam, so that we have our peace, that nobody interferes. We are today in the COVID time also, this is the problem. We are not able to treat patients because of all this cacophony and confusion. A lot of misconceptions spreading about Ayurveda. Tadvadatnyo atnya madhyastha kaschin maukharya sadhana sthavayati atpamatmanam aptam tu asadya vidyade. So let not people who do not know about Ayurveda be allowed to propagate messages about the science which is wrong. And for that we must study the Shastra. So that is what it is mentioned here. And asat pakshaksha nitvad. So all these anapta, svetandre, praya, paravigathaga, tan, kala, pasha, sadrishan, varjet, shastra dushagan. So the shastra dushagat should definitely be objective. There is nothing wrong in questioning. Healthy questioning was accepted earlier. So if people question Ayurveda on legitimate grounds, let us not attack. That is the distinction we have to make. But if they are shastra dushagas, they just want to belittle Ayurveda with some ulterior motives, then that should definitely be defended. I don't think any other Samhita is devoting an entire section just for the Shastra Rakshanam, and that Charaka Samhita is doing. So then Charaka finally concludes by saying, knowledge is the great liberator. Samagram dukkhamayatam avijnane dvayasrayam sukham samagram vijnane vimalecha pradishtinam. So health intelligence, or creating knowledge about health amongst all people, that is the best medicine. Knowledge is the best medicine because knowledge empowers. And idameva udarartham ajnanam na pragashagam shastram drishti pranashtanam yatheva aditya mandalam. So he concludes by saying, see, I have tried to bring a lot of deep meanings and layers of understanding and possibilities, but you can grasp all this only if you open your inner eye. Otherwise, it is like the sunlight that is lost to a blind person. This entire teaching becomes darkness to a person who has not awakened from inside. So with that words, Charaka concludes here. Idamevam udarartham. This is udarartham. The meaning of this is vast, infinite. It is suggestive. It is just the beginning. The textbook is just the diving board using which you have to catapult into the great world of discovery of Ayurveda. Ajnanam na prakashe. But it will have no impact on those who are not able to awaken their inner mind, their inner intelligence. For Shastram drishti pranashtanam, for people who have lost their eyesight, sunlight has no consequence. It cannot reveal anything. So that is the message. Arthe dasha mahamulyam. Let us make sure we keep our precious hearts, active and functioning, and do all that will produce abundant ojas that the heart can circulate through all the srotasas in your body. And with that, let our mind become empowered. Let us become calm, prashamam. Let us acquire that highest knowledge, because that highest knowledge is the highest medicine. And to discover this, let us awaken our inner vision. Let us awaken our mati. Shastra is only the jyoti. The darshanam is our own mind. So with this, let me conclude. and namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let us see anybody has anything to discuss with you. Students, you can now unmute yourself and ask the question or your insights.
Hello.
Hello.
Namaste, sir. This is Ramya.
Namaste. Namaste.
Thank you for the great session once again with so much of insights. So I just wanted to have a clarification on an area where you ended, sir. Like it is Mati that basically has to, call it as, transform ourselves probably. And ultimately for us, it's like to reach that Mati, the whole journey is. So, sir, when we think of like in a clinical point of view also, the so-called, I always get confused with things like Hridayam and Shiras. Okay. Like Hridayam, Mati is related with Hridayam or Shiras. This is my question, sir. Because Hridayam and Shiras have always been told to be like one, I mean, both three of them are Shirom and the Marmas. And we clinically also find out that whenever clinical symptoms are affecting Vasti, over a period it can affect Hridayam, over a period it can affect Shiras. And clinically we have seen people with a diabetes moving on with some stroke, I mean some cardiac issues, most probably ending up in a stroke. Such cases also we have seen. So the so-called, we were discussing about Chetana, we were discussing about emotions, we were discussing about all those things related with Hridayam. So the Buddhi part of the aspect that we understand to be a guna of Atma, basically. I need to have a clarity whether it is related with Hridayam or Shiras. Or it's like, when we speak of Manas, he speaks about, I mean, Acharya gives us a clarity about Sukshmatvam, Ekatvam and Gunam and all Lakshanas of it. But with respect to Buddhi, he speaks, it's like, it is Buddhi that actually further acts to make the perception happen. So is the Buddhi the part of Manas, or, I mean, Hridayam, the Avayava, or the part of Shiras? How can we relate that?
Yeah, you know, thank you for the question. It's not so easy to answer it shortly. Try. It's a very fundamental question, and there is a lot of basic concepts that we also have discussed and clarify. What is Manas? And what do we mean by Manas being in Shiras? Or the Manas is Anu. Is Anuttomatha Cherigat Dvau Gunau Manasa Smrtau. Manas is it is present all over the body. There is a Utpala Shatapatra Nyaya. The Manas is moving so fast that, you know, it is like we are piercing a needle. It goes through the different levels of the Utpala. It appears as if it's moving, but it is spreading everywhere. So Chakrapani's comments are helpful. Chakrapani says that Manas is that which, through the agency of the Indriyas, connects with the Arthas and gives us knowledge. Sparshanendriya samsparsha. Sparsho manasa evacha. So the sparshana is the basis for all our cognitions. If there is no sparsha, nothing is possible. So the sparsha can be Aindriyaga sparsha or manasa sparsha. So for the Aindriyaga sparsha to happen, the Manas, the Indriyas have to connect with the Indriya. When the Indriyas connect with the Indriya, then the Indriya Buddhis will create the perception in the Manas. Then we have the Manasa sparsha. So both happening at the level of Indriya. So the entire body there is the basis for the way, or whatever Vedana is happening through this sparsha. That is why Sendriyam Chedanam Dravyam Nirindriyam Achedanam. If there is no Indriya, there is no Chaitanyam. There is no way we can have an awareness of something. So the entire physical body is a substratum for that. Then why are we specifically talking about the heart, brain, as you know, especially associated with the mind? Because the mind is like a network. You cannot locate it specifically into any particular region according to Ayurveda. The manas exists even after death, is it not? So if it was just inside the brain, how can it exist after death? Budhais Sahithais Sushmir Manochivam Upeti Dehad. So the Atma is never disconnected from the mind. That is also very clearly mentioned in the Ayurvedic. So we have to first understand what is manas, and that is to go into a debate of what is manas is something which is beyond our discussion today. Because I think a lot of problem is coming because we are also not defining what is manas from our textual description. That concept has to become very clear. Manas is something which exists even when the shariram is disintegrated, and that manas gets transposed into another shariram. Now in this body, we're now specifically coming to whether buddhi, what is buddhi, how the function. Manas and buddhi are definitely considered separate. And buddhi is something which is very close to the Atman. I will try to explain this through the Antakaranam. In Antakaranam, we have four things: manas, then ahankaram, buddhi, and chittam. There are four things that create this Antakaranam. So if you look at how the Antakaranam is positioned, you can see that it is an axis, the brain-heart axis. Today we are talking about the brain-gut axis. I would like to talk about the brain-heart axis. They are not separate. There is an interconnection. The brain and heart are not completely dissociated as we would think physically. So the manas is the outermost thing. It is the brain. If you look at the brain, the sense organs and mind create that outer functionality of this whole apparatus. Manas is that which receives inputs from the sense organs. And the chittam is inside. Karanam sarva buddhinam chittam hridaya samsridam. The Bhela Samhita very clearly says that the chittam is the karana for all the buddhi, and it is in the hridayam. So the smriti is associated with the hridayam, which is the link to our Atman, which is the mind that is, when you are moving from one body to the other, it is the memories, so the imprints. They are not actually detailed memories, but what you call as vasanas or imprints. That is what remains in the chitta. So the mind collects all the information, and whatever imprint, anything that creates an imprint has an impact on the heart. That is what Chakrapani is telling. So if you have a sudden sorrow or a sudden happiness through an experience, which is just a sense-object interaction, but depending on how it affects us, it can have an impact on the heart. So chittam and heart are linked. How that linkage is happened, I cannot at this point explain in terms of anatomy or physiology, but the chittam is the basis even for the buddhi. So what I'm pointing out here is that according to your chittam, your memory, you have your ahankara. Do you agree that if my memory tells me that I am a doctor, then my buddhi also changes accordingly. Depending on my chittam, my ahankara will. Here ahankara doesn't mean ego. My idea about myself, that is ahankara. So how does my ahankaram come? Depending on the memory that I have, the conditioning that has been created by continuous exposure to the external sense objects. My chittam is conditioned. That is my vasana, that is my imprint, that creates a self-image about myself. And that self-image influences the way my buddhi functions. So all this is coming from the Atman actually, and extending into the manas. The mind is the interface between the body and the Atman. So I don't think we have to clearly distinguish that this is in the brain, this is in the heart. It is like an axis. So simply I can say, see, if I am a doctor and I see a surgeon, because I have that samskara or impression in my chitta which makes me think like I am a surgeon. So the moment I see a knife, I will think of surgery because my buddhi functions according to the chittam or the impressions that has been created in my mind. So buddhi is something which is continuously being modulated by my samskara. So that samskara is something which is connected in Ayurveda to the heart, hridayam, karanam sarva buddhinam chittam hridaya samsritam. So according to the chittam, the impressions that come in my mind. So when I am doing an education in surgery, my chittam is being programmed in such a way, I am thinking that I am a butcher. Then when I see a knife, I think of cutting meat. If I am an artist, I think of cutting. My buddhi is always influenced by the sum total of impressions that come and gets in the hridayam. Where this hridayam is, I do not know. At this point, I am helpless, but this is where cellular memory is seen associated with the physical heart. I don't know whether that has some connection with chittam. So the chittam creates your hankara. The hankara determines how you will use your buddhi. And according to your ahankara, you are going to hunt in this universe for your experiences, depending on your ahankara. So this makes one network. And in my opinion, this is connecting the shiras and hridayam. Both are connected. The manas, when it is kriya yukta, it is in the shiras. When it is kriyoparata, when it is atma samstam, it is, inside in the heart. That is what Chakramani has said. So I think this axis of chittam, ahankaram, buddhi, and manas. So the buddhi is something which is very much influenced by the chittam, because how the buddhi functions depends on what idea you have about yourself. So buddhi is not an absolute thing. If I am a surgeon, I think differently. If I am a politician, I think differently. And how do I get that identity that I'm a politician? My samskaras. What remains, what imprints remain in the deeper layers of my consciousness, which we relate is closer to the heart. So chittam is in the hridayam, manas is in the shiras, and there is an axis, there is a connection. And perhaps this is why even when you transplant hearts from one person to the other, the cellular memory remains. The chittam influences that new person also. As we heard that story of that person's buddhi being changed because he got a heart of a new person. That person's cellular memory had a suicidal tendency. He had a certain notion about himself, and that prompts this person, buddhi, also to behave in a different way. And then he also commits suicide. This is a recorded thing. You can search that. So I think this is all I can explain now, but it's a very profound question. And I confess my helplessness to go beyond this description at this point of time. Because if you find answers to all this, you are liberated, and I am not yet. So I'm still learning.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. One more single addition, sir. That is like in Charaka Sharirasthana, Acharya says about Swakarma Klesha Chodita Sattva coming to the womb as such. So again, as you mentioned, Swakarma Klesha Chodita Sattva being attracted to a womb wherein life happens, like wherein Chetana happens and further life happens. That's mentioned in Charaka. I mean, Sharirasthana. Yeah. Ashtanga also, I mean, because same issue comes up.
The particular sloka is from Ashtanga. So
yes, sir.
Yes.
So this understanding of sattva coming from outside basically to the womb, again, it is
not outside.
Yeah, that's what.
That is the problem. It's not outside.
What's your opinion regarding that, sir? Sattva, is it my point was, is the so-called sattva, which is related with manas, has got an external influence also, in the sense that basically which represents the vasanas probably of previous birth, XYZ. So if that is the sense, it's not just food, etc., that actually regulates the manas of the product.
The mental world is inside. It's not outside. The mental world is inside. It is antarlogam. That is why antakarana. So when we die, we are in the mental world. We live in the mental world when we die. That is why all ghosts come in the night only when we are sleeping. When our mind is inside. When we get that deep sleep in that Kali Yamam, that is when all the ghosts come. Why that we are mentioned? It is only we are experiencing, we are connecting to all these sattvas only in a unconscious state where we dissolve into the Manoloka. So it is inside us, not outside. So when we say Sattva comes, it is manifesting, like the Sattva is inside the matter. It is not outside. The Suddhe Shukrartave means from that mental world, because the mental world is beyond the physical. That is why Manojavam, there is no distance. It is a displacement. Your mind is getting displaced from one location to the other. And there is, you don't need a flight, you don't need a train ticket, you don't need anything. In the mental world, you can shift. It's like quantum mechanics. You can, if you study quantum mechanics, I think these concepts are there. How you can locate from one position to the other. In just Manojavam, in just a split second, it's all done. So it is that Sattva manifesting from inside. When matter becomes ready to manifest a Sattva, when it becomes transparent enough to allow a Sattva to manifest, that Sattva manifests from the mental world. It is the mental world connecting to the physical world. Adhi Daivigam, Adhi Bhaudikam, and Adhyatmikam. This Trividha Loga is what I think that is one thing we have to understand. Ayurvedic vision of ontology is Adi Bhaudikam is the outside. Adi Daivigam is inside. And at the core is Adi Adhyatmikam, at the deepest core. Adi Daivigam is the karmic world. It is not outside. It is in our Manologa. Karma is in our manas. The burden of karma is carried in our manas. Mana ayava manushyanam karanam bantha mokshayo. So I think unless we change our ontological view of the universe, modern medicine thinks of the physical world as only reality, everything else is outside. So that is why we are making this inside-outside correlation. But in our thinking, Trividham, Bhurbhuvaswaha, everywhere we have this three-dimensional view. And the Adi Bhaudikam is just the outside. There's no further outside from which Atman or Manas can come. Atma doesn't move. Atma is the base actually. How can Atma move from one body to the other? Charaka says it is only the Manas which moves. It's not moving also, it's getting displaced at the quantum level from one point to the other. If it was physical, you would need to transport it. If it was moving in space, it will take time. It will have to cover so much distance in so much time. So it's outside the time-space continuum. Our mind is outside the time-space continuum. Only when we are connected to the body, we are having the limitation of time and space. That is why in the Chandrananda Avabodhatmakam Anupapitam Kaladeshavadibhyam Nirmuktam Nityamuktam Nigama Shada Sahasrena Nirbhasyamanam. This is how Lord Krishna is described. Kaladeshavadibhyam Nirmuktam Nityamuktam. So once you cross the limitation of the body, there is no time and space. So that mental world is still being explored. I think this is very new to modern science. And we have to think the Ayurvedic epistemology of Adhyatmikam, Adi Bhaudikam, Adi Daivigam. Then only we can get this kind of understanding. Anyway, I think this is the best I can explain in the given circumstance.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
So thank you for those thought-provoking questions. And I got some homework. I have to think more about this now.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again for joining our program. You have started it, you have mentored us through it, and you have concluded it. We couldn't have asked for a more honorous end to our program. So I welcome Dr. Jeevan to give the concluding talk.
Namaste all. Humble pranams to Manohar sir. And it was a very thought-provoking session because in this short time, actually, you have concluded the Charaka Samhita in a very beautiful way. And we are really lucky to have your session. And when we come to think about Samhita Tattva Vichara, as you are all knowing, it was a session series which has been started in memory of Krishnakumarji to continue his journey to spread the knowledge of true Ayurveda. I think what Manohar sir was telling, actually, the meaning of true Ayurveda is so much that has a so much deep nowadays, and it is really required to have deep scholars, deep seekers of Ayurveda, who can spread the knowledge of Ayurveda to far and wide. When we think about the starting of this session, I think you are all familiar, like many of our Vaidyas were included. Most of them are from the college of Gurukula college, which has been started in the 1970s by our Krishnakumarji. And it was a vision for him to revive the good old custom to study in a Gurukula, the Ayurvedic education system. So I think actually that this program is based on a Gurukula method, but I cannot say actually it's a complete method which we can follow in Gurukula, but this is an precursor, or we can say that an image for that Gurukula system of Ayurveda. And we can see that all the Vaidyas who has given the lectures here were very deep in knowledge regarding the Charaka Samhita and also in Ayurveda whole, actually, we can, because they are getting a very true knowledge from their gurus and in a very good atmosphere, which is also very much important as when we are comparing about the Gurukula method of Ayurvedic teaching. So Krishnakumarji was very keen to that, and we are also trying to revive a Gurukula method of education in our campus in Navkara. Ramkumar sir, who is also one of the directors of AVP and trustee to Aashirwad Health and Education Trust, is also keen to start with the Gurukula system of medicine, system of education in our campus. So this is not about a concluding session as anyone is thinking, because this is a starting only, because we have studied only Sutrasthana. So in the further sessions, we are just planning for other Thanas of Charaka Samhita and also Ashtanga Hridaya and everything. And I would like to thank all of you contributed to the session, like particularly when we are mentioning actually Vasudevan sir and Manohar sir, when starting with the naming of this program as Samhita Tattva Vichara. I would thank both of them for the discussions and also the mentorship and guidance they have given all through this program. And I have also very much indebted to the other Vaidyas, other Acharyas, other Gurus who has participated and given their explanations beautifully in the Charaka Samhita, like Devanamburi sir, Ramdas sir, Jayakrishnan sir, of course, actually has very deep knowledge of Charaka Samhita, Srivat sir, and many others, Jeevan sir, Krishnamburi sir, Syamakrishnan sir, Ayurveda madam, Gauri Shankar sir, Raghunathan sir, Swami Sangaramrita Anandaburi sir. So everyone actually, so they have contributed very much to bring up the knowledge of all of us. And I would like to thank all of them for this continuing of the sessions and the discussions. And I would like to thank each and every one of you students also, because it was an active participation from all of you, because of that only this program has become a little more informative and little more enlightening for many of you people. So I would like to thank each one of you. And I would like to thank my team members also, because most of you are familiar with Dr. Srija. She is actually working for this seminar from the starting onwards, and she is very dedicated for you, taking care of all your needs in technical side and also the other aspects. She was very helpful for you all, and I would like to personally give a clap for her dedication to this program. Behind the scene, actually, you can see that Dr. Rohini, Dr. Somasri, and all other doctors who has involved in this program. I would like to thank all of them. And I would like to thank a special dedication to Indulal sir also, because in the first phase of this program, he has given much vision to this program. So I would like to thank him also. And all the gurus of this Gurukula, like Jagashan sir, Vasudevan sir, Ishwara Sarma sir, Sasitharan sir, they have also given their inputs to this program, and we are very lucky to have them all here. And I think it is all about those who seek knowledge, because Krishnakumarji used to say that if somebody is seeking knowledge, they will receive it, whether it is in a program or anything. So this program is dedicated for the entire Ayurvedic fraternity who are seeking the real knowledge of Ayurveda. And we will just continue with these sessions in the further sthanas also of Charaka Samhita, and we will let you know about all these things. With this small thanksgiving, I am just forwarding to Dr. Srija for the official concluding. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jeevan. Thank you for your very kind words. So, as you all know, we are concluding this series of Samhita Tattva Vichara now. We will have more of them in the future. And so, see you until then. Have a good time ahead. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Namaste. Namaste.